Hello, everyone. Welcome back to a very exciting Clam Blitz edition of our lovely Minnow Cup. My name is Skepidillions, and I am here with Half. Half, how are you today?
Very excited to commentate a well run organization and ready to see some clams being thrown into a basket.
Yeah, Clam Blam, thank you, ma'am. We will be starting off with Marine Melody versus Red Pacific. Marine Melody, a team that I have seen around before, fought before, scrimmaged for about 4 months straight. Red Pacific, I know that they've been around for a hot minute, but I did have trouble finding info on them. Perchance, do you recognize Red Pacific?
No, I'm not. I don't know. I know like most of these low-level teams. Some of them I don't really know. I mean, I'm not as connected as you are with low level. I'm more of like a mid-level person, but I recognize some people. Like I recognize Marine, but I don't really know a bunch about Red Pacific. But I mean, we can't really downgrade their opponent. I mean, they may come in here to sweep Marine Melody. We don't know that.
Now that I am looking at the players enter the lobby, I do recognize the clan tag, RLP. So definitely a team that I've seen in solo before, perhaps even league. I've seen them registered for multiple Oinks, but that's about all I know. So in terms of getting into this and learning about these players, I'm very excited. Honestly, love learning about new teams.
I think Ronaldo has to try. I think that's Thresh. I think. I don't know. I think I've seen solo queue a lot also, like you've mentioned. Solo queue is where you meet a bunch of team tags and you see them like, oh my gosh, I played him in solo queue before.
Yeah, Thresh does play Tri-Slosher. They also play T-Tech and a couple of other flexes. I think I've been seeing them playing brushes lately as well. So looking forward to seeing that come out. Perhaps even more of those brushes, given that it is Clam Blitz, and that does tend to be very good for them. We will be starting off on TC Starfish, which is a
Clan Blitz. Oh,
it,
Clan Blitz. Clan. You said TC
Oh, I
Starfish.
said TC Starfish. Sorry about that. I've been playing a lot of TC Starfish this past week. Yeah, Clam Blitz Starfish. All the games today will be Clam Blitz, so forgive me for that slight.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. Honestly, well, Clan Blitz. When I think of Clan Blitz, I think of Baller and Bubbles. Those are the two main specialists. Well, Baller not as common as it used to be, but Bubbles I feel like are more common. Just especially on this map, just pushing into their little like area, like their snipe, trying to get easy score because this map is very small. And there's a lot of clam spawns where you can just get like a power clam just in 5 seconds. So like, I expect to see a lot of scores here, especially maybe just a one push 100-0. You just played right.
Yeah, so I do like the baller idea to take control of Pit there. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing any baller. We will be seeing Bubbles on the side of Marine Melody in the hands of Jimby. So that those bubbles are going to be very useful in forcing either push into Pit from the left or right side, as we see both teams trying to break back in the mid and take control.
Yeah, it's an ancient brush receiver here. Not very common. I mean, there's not a lot of good ink brushes out there still because it's a very hard weapon to play. But as we see right here, Red Pacific already getting 2 down. Just get the actually 3 down right now. Actually, that'd be a delayed wipe right there. They have 16 clams right here. As clam economy on this map is very good, especially if you get mid control. You get a bunch of clam spawns. Trying to phone a pity clam here. Trying to pass clams. Good bomb coming out. They finally get a pity out there, but not as many clams as they want, especially with the two of them going down.
Yeah, I will say Gus being on top of Marine Melody's snipe is an extreme power position. They are going to be shut down there by Thresh, who's now going to enable the rest of Marine Melody to break back into mid. That is a lot of ground that can be covered very quickly. So good job on getting the Inkjet pick there. One member of Red Pacific will be going down, and that power clam holder, there are a lot of eyes on them as Marine Melody does have 3 specials. They also have that pity clam back at basket, so a lot of fuss in order to break the basket there from Red Pacific, but not a lot accomplished in terms of gaining a significant advantage here as Marine Melody starts to burn through their specials.
I think in this mode especially, you have to have like 20 clams at least if you want to push in, because like we saw in the last push, if you just had like 15 clams, you get 1 pity and you're only going to get to maybe like 60, but they didn't score any pities right there. So we see Red Pacific here, good defense, using the specials also with Melody, except Marine Melody actually has a pity and 3 down right here, only not left alive, but they have their special right here. Are they gonna take out the? They are gonna take out the K shot, holding them the base right here. Able to get looks like 2 right here. It looks like to hold off their position and the pity scored that actually. But I mean, honestly, I think that was a pretty good score by Marine Melody. It was just like right there. I mean, I guess maybe you could have backed it in and held it. That probably would have been a better play. But still, maybe putting pressure on your opponents and just making them get a beat with you.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure there coming out from popping the 3 specials at the same time, but not a lot of space was taken. So by the time Red Pacific was 3 down, and you did see that Gus was able to position back into pit in order to shut down whatever Clam carrier dropped first. Marine Melody had a lot of ground to cover once they had burned through those specials. So having good advantage in terms of the special economy that's going on here from Marine Melody as they do pop Inkjet. But once those specials start burning, you do have to take space with those. And Marine Melody is doing just that this time around, giving a power clam and extending their lead here to below 50 remaining.
That I still on some maps that would be a really good push, but on this map, like we mentioned earlier, how the clam economy is just so much. There's so many clams for this little map. That might not be the push to win, especially with the low penalty from Red Pacific. They already have 24 clams. They already have 2 specials on them right here, and the brush off respawn. So I think Red Pacific, this is their chance. They're going in right now with the armor and Booyah Bomb. Looking at they have 2 pities right now. The Zap is trying to find an opening. They get the brush down. Looks like, ooh, he almost dies right there. Goes for side, throws it in. 2 down, 3 down. Oh, it's a full weapon Marine rally. Looks like Red Pacific is going to take the lead right here and maybe get more with all this clam spawns.
They're doing a good job in terms of keeping that basket open here as well, but the Zap does go down. That's pretty significant given that they're not going to have armor to bleed this out. Ooh, clutch up from Thresh here, getting 3 picks and an assist. That is huge. Taking a moment to paint up behind them as they break back into mid. There is a minute left, and we do see that Marine Melody does have that pity clam and control of mid, which is going to be critical in terms of breaking back in. They just have to pick a side in order to go.
If I'm Red Pacific here, I'm going to play defense the whole entire rest of the game, because as you know, if you score, you give the other team a free pity clam. That just isn't really working well. So actually, I said the K goes on, the Brust goes down. It's a 2-on-2 situation right now with the pity. Actually, that's a 2-on-1 situation now for Marine Rally. Okay, so it's going to try and back up, pull down the base like we saw them not do earlier. It looks like Marine Rally is not going to push in yet. They're trying to wait for opponents. They're going to go for one final push, it looks like, with the pity on their basket. I wonder if they're going to pick. Oh, then he gets a random bomb pick on the junior, so no armor actually going to come out. Looks like this Brush trying to force something, finds the Zap, so no armor on both teams for this final push probably. It looks like, I think the foil squeezer are going to get bubbles here. They're probably going to make one more push, try to make a bubble push. With 19 clams, maybe the junior will grab. Looks like they're actually going in. Oh, but the bubbles just popped right away, shredded really fast.
Yeah, that is the danger of bubbles, right? With only 4 seconds remaining, Marine Melody is going to be guaranteed a chance at overtime. Still having 2 clams alive. They are in a 2v3 situation, and it is Red Pacific that has complete dominance over mid. We do see 2 members of Marine Melody over on that right side. As that Booyah Bomb does come out, they have so much ground to cover in order to try and even get at that basket. With 2 members down, it doesn't look like Marine Melody is going to be able to break that basket, and game 1 is going to go to Red Pacific.
I was expecting way more scores there, but I mean, honestly, really solid defense for both teams right there.
Yeah, honestly, it really was. I did appreciate the how Red Pacific was able to handle Marine Melody's specials. Because Marine Melody consistently did pop all of their specials nearly at the same time. It was just a lack of space that was being taken, which Red Pacific was able to take advantage of. The one push that Marine Melody had to get it to 48 was extremely successful. It was just the follow-up push from Red Pacific that was just so dominating that was able to give them the game there.
I feel like Red Pacific did really well on defense. Maybe if they had like a person go down, they would kill another person in Marine Melody, like we saw earlier, where they would kill the junior actually for the final push if they had no armor, or especially when the Knot had like a 1-on-3 and killed the ball carrier, so they could only get the ball in. So that was really good defense through here. And this is a map I think also really you have to have really good defense. Clam, Blitz, Piranha Pit, where one score can win the game. Yeah,
Clam Blitz Piranha Pit is, as you mentioned, a map that can snowball. I do think the Vanilla Octobrush is going to do very, very well here in the hands of Thresher, just because of the ability to rotate from all sides of the map very, very quickly, and then also shutting down Snipe and Steps with that Inkjet. That can be very dominating. I also think the Nautilus in the hands of Gus is going to perform very well for similar reasons. You have the mobility that the Nautilus is infamous for, while also having a good midline presence that's able to shut down either fan from a very defensive position at pillow. So I think this is going to be a very even map. Honestly, I fought Marine Melody on Clam Blitz Piranha Pit. This is certainly a map that they know and practice very, very well, and very often. So we will see what both of these teams bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, we might see we were talking about Thresh play Slosher earlier, so this is also a really good match for Slosher with all those rails here. I mean, I think we saw Marine Melody kind of run like, I wouldn't say like foil and a weird comp. I mean, not really weird, but just like not the meta, and we saw Red Pacific run basically the meta with the K-Gal, K-Shot, not. So I'm excited to see, maybe we'll see like a Bamboo or something here.
I don't anticipate a Bamboo, to be honest. I do think Bamboos are very solid here on Clam's Piranha for similar reasons that a Knot is. But we do see Thresh sticking with that. I believe that is the Vanilla Octobrush, as aforementioned. So here we go. We might be seeing some spicy Inkjet duels.
It looks like the same exact comp for both sides, except that Splash came out. Really going to help with this Burst Bomb chip damage, especially pairing up the Brush. Going to really come a deadly combo. As we already see the K-Shot going down. Looks like it's not here. Red Pacific already pushing with the armor, maybe a little bit too early actually as they get the splash down. Actually, 2 down right here. And the K-Gal I think just killed one of their teammates right there. And it looks like the 2 down situation. And it looks like Red Pacific maybe was a little too hyper with that first push.
Marine Melody can take a lot of space based off of that. We might see the Splash here pick that jump, and they do. Very good pick there, but it is a 3v3 situation. Marine Melody losing control temporarily of one of those fans. Maintaining control of these fans is really important, and this bomb rush here is going to be very useful in terms of getting as much paint done as physically possible. A cheeky little bomb clip from Turbo there, getting a pick on the Splash mid-bomber.
Yeah, I don't think I also saw from that build right there. There's not really selling him. There's a lot of speed on the cash over here, which can also come really good on clam boosts when you're scoring and you're just going to pick up more clams. So it looks like the K-Shot actually looks like, oh wait, hold on, the Zap actually I think got 2 right there and opened the basket for their team. Looks like they're able to get like 2 clams in right here. Maybe not the best push, but honestly I think this is going to put pressure on Marine Melody, especially since they have to win this game to force a 1-1 in a game 3 that matters.
I actually think that push was advantageous for Marine Melody. Not a lot happened, and now Marine Melody has a guaranteed pity clam that they don't need to babysit in order to use for a successful push. So they can have anybody out of spawn just come in, grab that, and jump to the other side of the map, and then that's a push without having to form that power clam and hold it in order to try and get something done with it. But Gus here getting 2 very clean picks on the members of Marine Melody. The last 2 members staying alive for a moment, but the Junior is going to down wall holding armor, and the K-Shot followed up. That is a delayed wipe in favor of Red Pacific.
Looks like Brush coming out here, cleaning up the kills right there, looking for more clams here. Again, this is a little small map like Starfish last round. There's a lot of clam spawns that are just really easy to get to right here. It looks like a Marine Melody here. It's 2 special right here. The Inkjet's gonna get popped here. Trying to find a pick. Maybe it popped a little bit too far back, but it looks like Marine Melody kind of pushed Red Pacific to their base right here. Actually, if the splash goes down, I think from a bomb right here, Red Pacific is going to armor right here, trying to push back to not find one. Now trying to find this K-Shot right here. Gonna chase this K-Shot down. Finds the Okay, wait. Oh man, that K-Shot barely escaped right there. It looks like Red Pacific really solid defense, but wasted maybe a little bit. Maybe we wasted a little bit of armor just to try and get put in. They should have just gone in or something.
I still do think this is anyone's game at this stage. We do see Red Pacific having that Booyah Bomb and that Inkjet online once again from that Inkjet. That is pretty schnasty. So this could be over in a moment. Marine Melody has the clams right now to have a significant push if you factor in the pity clam that is underneath their basket. And that looks like what is about to happen just now. Marine Melody getting 2 picks. They have both of those clams, but both of those players are marked as that Inkjet is popped. Will they be able to dunk? Yes!
A really nice swerving by the K-Shot splash right there, but sadly it's not going to end up in nothing as it looks like the other pity gets taken down. The brush is going to try and get a kill here, and looks like they take it down for the action. So I mean, if I'm Marine Melody, I'm actually really happy to push because we have another pity under basket right here. Looks like they already get 2 down right there. Looks like they're going to try and go pick up the pity, I think, underneath their basket, maybe start another push. The junior right here trying to get a pick. Oh, they actually formed pity from all the clans right here. Looks like they're trying to get specials here. They're just going to wait a little bit. Everyone is close to special Marine Melody. The K-Shot pops some missiles. The junior has armor. Looks like they're gonna pop it soon. They're trying to find an opening right here because Red Pacific, all the members are under basket here. The K-Shot jumps back. The Inkjet's pop. The armor's probably gonna be firing. Actually, the Inkjet gets taken down, I think, by the knot. And it looks like it's just the bomb rush is actually gonna come out back up Red Pacific, and that's gonna be the lead. That was a really good bomb rush right there, trying to clear out the K-Shot, and the K-Shot really good job sweeping all those members of Red Pacific.
That is huge in the favor of Marine Melody pulling lead here, but it is not definitive as we are in a 3v3 situation. Red Pacific does go 3 down, so this is looking more comfortable for Marine Melody. Red Pacific has a lot of ground that they're going to need to cover because Marine Melody is currently putting down a lot of paint. Granted, that paint can be used in order for Red Pacific to charge special in order to break back in here, but the members of Marine Melody are rotated to defensive positions. They know that they have to stop Red Pacific from getting any sort of overtime push with the pity that they just gave them as they pulled lead. Gus getting a pick on the junior here is huge, but they're 2 down as this bomb rush does come out from the splash. The splash does go down in the process. Here comes the power clam for Red Pacific, but will they get there in time? The clock is wearing down. The clam carrier goes down. That's huge. Game.
Oh man, I think when we saw Gus Bus get that pick with the knot, he tried to go in for more pick, tried to make a hero play, and I think that just bit him. I think that ruined maybe their chances right there. He maybe could have popped Inkjet, maybe got 2 more, but I don't know. I feel like Marine Melody really solid defense right there, and that was actually really good. That was a really good showing for both teams and how they can play defense right there. Marine Melody showing that, hey, we can play defense also like you did that first map.
Yeah, they really did. I think that Marine Melody, their special timing was more spread out there throughout that game, and that was what enabled them to take the space that they needed to do. When all your specials come out at the exact time, it's easy for your opponents to just fall back, wait, take a moment to breathe, and then come back in and reclaim the minuscule amount of space that you were just able to take. Versus if your specials are spaced out by like 1 or 2 seconds, that chain keeps your opponents on their toes for longer and means that there is more time that is likely for them to mess up and for you to end up getting picks. So I do think that spacing there from Marine Melody was significantly better than Clam, Blitz, Starfish the first game, and what enabled them to take the lead there towards the end.
Agreed. Especially special coordination, especially in this mode, is probably the second most important besides Splat Zone, because Splat Zone, you know, that coordination. But we're not talking about Splat Zones. We're talking about Clan Blitz, and it's humpback pump track right here. And I think we're gonna go back to the foil we saw from. Oh, I don't know who the splash was. I wasn't paying attention. But I think we also. I mean, this is also a really good map for Slasher and Brush. I'll be excited to see what Thresh goes here. I expect probably the same comp from Red Pacific like they've been running. Maybe they go foil instead of not here. Because this is also another really good bubble map. There's kind of 3 ways to push in. There's like the mid section, there's far right, and then there's the sneaky left part where you can kind of go up that wall and try and get like a sneaky like 2 or 3 clams in.
It would be interesting if Red Pacific changed up their comp because they have not yet. So changing their comp after a loss is typically more common in terms of player psychology. They stayed the same the first 2 games, but they lost the second. And so if there was a change to be made, I would expect that to be now, given that we are in a best of 3 set. We do see Marine Melody sticking with the same comp, and the same from Red Pacific. I eat my words.
Looks like Turbo here still going with that double swim speed, and we see Thresh I think has been running Meter Squid the whole entire set, which also has been maybe messing with Red Pacific in terms of their comp right there. We already see missiles and armor coming out from both armor pop, sorry, from the side. It looks like K-Shot actually gonna go down, so there's gonna be no missiles right here. The Zap is trying to play passive here. Looks like Marine Melody gonna take the first mid control. Actually, wait, never mind. The Brush had like a weird Inkjet drop position. Sadly goes down right here. Looks like Marine Melody trying to hold mid right here. They're at the back of course missile. Looks like Red Pacific trying to win that mid fight right there.
Yeah, Red Pacific taking a lot of space with those missiles, getting Marine Melody all the way up underneath their basket. That Inkjet is going to put pressure on them to fall back even further. If Red Pacific gets control of mid here, this is very large for them, but they do go 2 down, so now is the time to rotate back, play defense, breathe a little, try to get some clams on your way out, because neither team really showing true dominance over mid here.
Looks like it's just a missile match right now. As we see one missile pop, they take mid. The other team pops missile, they take mid. Looks like it's just back and forth here. Not a lot of clams really taken by a team. As we see a K-Gal sadly goes down to the Inkjet right here, and looks like Thresh with the really aggressive Inkjets. I kind of like that really. Just trying to create openings for his team. Looks like they pass clams. They have 11 clams right now. Trying to avoid the missiles right here. Red Pacific looks like they're gonna take mid. Try and take mid right here. The splash goes down, gets caught. The brush gets caught again. Looks like Turbo's 9 clams right here, trying to find another one, trying to go score as we see 3 down goes on the side of Marine Melody right here. And looks like they're casting clams. Looks like Turbo trying to create that pity clam right here. And it looks like actually Red Pacific is just going to slow down and take mid for now.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're not forming a pity clam here on the side of Red Pacific, because the moment they do is the moment Marine Melody starts playing defense. We do see Turbo finally forming that power clam. Unfortunately, the zap in the hands of Monkey does go down, so that is going to enable Marine Melody to push back into here. We do have that jet from Thresh ready to go. That jet has been instrumental in terms of Marine Melody's holding forward. You know, the clam carrier taking a moment to drop that ball, which is great in this stage of the game. Does get the brush on the recall though, so that's quite significant. I would add that we're 2.5 minutes into this game. That is halfway, and neither team has scored once. So more likely than not, the team that scores first is going to be the team that wins this.
It looks like already Red Pacific 26 member here trying to go in. Looks like the 2 members of Marine Melody are on the far right side. Looks like the PD is gonna miss. It's gonna be missed.
Miss.
Oh wait, Gustbuzz right here, still in their base. I don't think they realized it. Oh, and he's take the lead for them. I think one of them actually missed, and the other person formed a pity but then died, so they couldn't score it right away. But still, really good push by Red Pacific, and I think that showed like they were patient enough and got enough clams, and I think getting enough clam, getting that clam count up to your team is really helpful in Smash. We already see Red Pacific getting 2 down, already taking mid again, as Marine Melody is trying to be more aggressive because they know they have to win this.
Yeah, Red Pacific did not push in until they were absolutely ready to do so. Once they had good specials, once they had players where they wanted to be, having those 2 players in on elbow as the other 2 were pushing from mid, splitting Marine Melody's attention was extremely well coordinated and frankly beautiful. We do see that Booyah Bomb coming out. 2 members of Red Pacific are down, but Marine Melody not really having the clams in order to have a significant push here. They do have a good amount of specials, and they are getting the picks. But you know, we're a minute left in this game, but we don't really have the clams where they need to be in order to push, especially with that splash going down.
I think also, okay, the basket actually opens for Marine Melody. Maybe they were trying to get a jump in there, but good thing for them just backing up, saving that pity because they know it's the only pity they have. Actually, no, their pity's gonna try and score at the wall. No, the wall stops them. Look there, right there, and it looks like their Marine Melody's trying to find the brush. Oh, the brush sadly did not get it. You know, I was gonna talk about how the knot honestly is just really taking advantage. They don't really have to push up because they outrange all Marine Melody. So they can basically sit by basket and just play the feed into me game. It looks like they've been doing that with 11 KA, I think, on the board right now. It looks like they're doing really well. The splash sadly goes down right here. Red Pacific trying to score maybe, which may not be the best here. Maybe they want to just throw clams off the edge right here. Looks like it's actually 8 seconds left. Maybe I was wrong and they just want to keep mid. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like Red Pacific is gonna take the set because Marine Melody sadly didn't form a pity clam.
Yeah, very decisive there, that one push that Red Pacific was able to get in. I really did like their formation there. I feel like that push from Marine Melody towards the end there could have been a lot more successful. It did feel like they were in the right places at the right time, just Red Pacific was already there to defend. Which good on them, right? You know, a very solid defense there from both teams, genuinely, to go so far into the game with neither team having managed to score. score. Very, very even game, very even set, shown by that 2-1 score. Do you have any final notes on this set, Hal?
Oh man, I think honestly, Marine Rally, I feel like could have won the set, but I felt like they were just going in one by one. Like the Inkjets, they were being used aggressive, but they were just in spots where if they didn't get a kill, they would die immediately because, like
Mm-hmm.
we saw, their spots were not really hidden by cover, and they were kind of out just in the front line, so their teammates couldn't really back them up. So I mean, I think Red Pacific was the more calm team there, and more like prepared team, and more like or I think they played Clam Blitz like it should be played, like getting mid, building a Clam combi, then going in for a push, and I mean that's what helped them win that last match.
Yeah, I agree on the note where the Jets were popped in very vulnerable positions. We did see during that last game the recall was picked twice. But you know it is what it is. It's Swiss, so Marine Melody will be able to continue going in this tournament and get some W's in there. And Red Pacific, I hope to see them in Top Cut.
I think it's top eight. I'm pretty sure that makes top cut. So I think we'll see both these teams back in top eight. Very good matchup for the first round. Actually, I'm surprised. I mean, most first round matchups are either like a close match or like quick 3-0. So this one was one of the really good like 2-1 sets, which was really good to watch on stream.
It was. We love to see it. And with that, we'll be right back with our next set. Stay hooked, everyone. Welcome back to the round 2 of Minnow Cup this month. We are playing the Clam Blitz edition, and we are here for two exciting teams, Cake and Territorial Water Otters. Territorial Water Otters did form within the last 6 months, but I know Cake has been around for quite a hot minute. So looking forward to see how these two teams perform here and what they bring to the table. Why don't you talk about the maps for a moment?
Yeah, I mean, might as well start off with a classic Clam Blitz map. You see in every team Clam Blitz Snapper. Very, very, like we talked earlier, very good bubble map, very good map to push in. There's really only, I would say, 2 paths, and then there's the infamous low ink 3rd path where you have to, like, basically just watch the whole entire time so you don't get flanked. But besides that, there's 2 paths. There's the street path and then there's the rail path, which the rail path can kind of get shut down, like, really easily if just shoot the rail or something, or just have someone over there guarding it. And then the street path is probably the harder one to shut down because it's really, you can put bubbles in it, you can missile, and it just spreads out the enemies. So you can probably, street path is probably the easiest one to push into.
Yeah, the street path is the easiest path to push in. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, sorry, so sorry. I was saying, like, I feel like the rail path is a little too obvious, and the street path you can kind of combine specials.
Okay, I actually disagree here, half. I think that the street path is far more obvious. I feel like if you see the opposing team like have Storm, have Bubbles, have Hammer, like you know they're gonna push street. Versus if you split 2-2 or 3-1 and have somebody create a fuss in street and then have somebody else go around through the rail path. Or like you don't even have to take rail. You can jump across electrical. You can go through the left crates and break in that way. I feel like the left path gives you more opportunity to back out if you make a mistake. Also, the street path leaves you vulnerable to defenders coming out of spawn and going sneaky and coming from behind your whole team, which is a great way if you're on defense to shut down pushes. So I agree in that street is easier to brute force if you have all 4 specials online, but I also think that the left path, much like Rainmaker, is far more controlled.
Yeah, I was also referring to the point where, like, pity clams also, because, like, if you're on left, the pity clam is very obvious to tell, as we already in our first match here. And I already see a Billy Doubler, very uncommon weapon here. We see on the Zapper here, actually has the Billy Doubler. And then also on the K-Shot on, I think that's Water over there, they have Tenacity right there. So that's a also very, very uncommon headgear piece, which is actually, I'm really excited to see how they use that right here. As you see the Splash Triangle and trying to get the Zap right here. Shot card actually gets double teamed by 2 members, and the Zap actually wins the fight, as we see right here. Oh, sorry, the Waters is the yellow team. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Wait, no, the Waters, sorry, oh my gosh, I'm being messed up. The Waters is the purple team, and it looks like Cake is the yellow team right here, as we see, oh, a little bit lag right there. And it looks like Cake right here just taking the first thing we see.
Yeah, the Water Otters having to play defense for a moment here. There was a lot of fuss in that opening, wasn't there? 2 members down on the Water Otters as Cake does look like they are rotating here for defensive positions. One of the members of Cake finding themselves in a very aggro 2v1, and unless my eyes deceive me, is that a DC?
Yeah, I think we could tell by the long opening and the random spurts on the hill we saw, but it's like Waters knows what they're doing, they're jumping out, and we're not making this a big deal. And it looks like the basket's gonna, oh no, the basket closed.
Unfortunate, yeah. So we got to see a little bit of the opening there. You did mention that the Zap was running Tenacity. I think
no. K-Shot was running Tenacity.
The K-Shot was running Tenacity. Oh, okay, that's very, very interesting.
I think the Zap was running Ability Doubler.
Oh, okay, yeah. I low-key, like, love Tenacity, stacked with Special Charge and Special Saver on weapons, like, that run armor or missiles. Just because those weapons do tend to play safer. And, you know, when your teammates go down, having those missiles or armor, like, missiles for defense or armor for when they respawn, can be very, very helpful. I feel like Tenacity gets a bad rap, half.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Tenacity may work here, but also you have a Jet in your team, so the Jet's probably not gonna be dying a lot. So you're gonna have to rely on your Zap and Splash while you're dying a lot. Maybe it's not the best choice here, but I mean, it can work, especially if you have the Jet carrying the pity and they go sack themselves to score. So also, I mean, Uh, I don't know. I think it's just. I think the only way it works is if someone dies in your team. I'm not sure if there's other like abilities. I know there's like Clamless abilities where it's like if you're holding the pity, you get special charge up or something like that. Like it stacks and you just get just neutral charge up and your build and your special builds up over time.
Yeah, you're correct in that tenacity only really has any advantage if your teammates go down. And I genuinely did not factor in the fact that they were running a jet on the team. That is a little yeah, because the jet's very much not going to be going down, especially a V jet. Just because it does have that toxic mist and it's not being like hunted down like a Ray necessarily would be. Ooh, okay, yeah. Is the tenacity still there? Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah,
Okay, interesting.
yeah, and it looks like the Jet's running two mains of special charge. So I mean, I don't think we're gonna see the Jet but Dylon budge, but it looks like different colors map, new fresh atmosphere. As we see actually the splash going down, I think trying to do the same play with the right hill, but I think the zap and then the K shot also were still right there. Looks like we're gonna have a Cake right here trying to push in. They get one with the miss right there. They get the K shot. They get the zap down now. I think the zap pops armor a little bit too late. They're trying to 18 clams right here. Not 18 clams, sorry, 16 clams right here. They're gonna make a pity right here if they make the basket right here. The K Pro almost had pop Booyah Bomb. Sadly goes down. As two go down on the side of Cake, and it looks like the K guy's the only one left alive with 6 clams. Gonna opt the back out. It looks like very good defense right here from Waters.
Yeah, I did like Cake's aggression in the opening, and I also liked Emiskaya's use of the map geometry on that left side. Knowing exactly where to land the missiles and getting as close underneath the basket as possible to survive that special. I did actively enjoy that play. We do see a 3v3 situation in mid. Here we go.
It looks like Chatting right here. I think he's on the, looks like the caper right here. Finds one right here, gets the two, trying to maybe go for that flank pad, not going to opt to do it as we see the armor come out. Looks like they're going to push three right here, trying to play more against team as they should. The KGL, oh, almost killed their K-Pro right there. Well, thanks to their armor, able to survive. They get actually the K shot down, trying to find another one. Sadly go down right here as we see a 3v3 situation with only Cake right here having a pity right here. They're trying to shed this Booyah Bomb here. As the jet goes down, looks like the K shot's tenacity maybe working here. But it looks like, oh, they actually got caught on the flank right here. But also, really good defense by Cake right there. Maybe the last lot of members are there, but they prevented Waters from scoring.
Waters is backed all the way up to their own basket with that pity clam, having one player down. We do see that this K-Shot over here is in a 2v1. It's very unlikely that they get out of this situation alive. Not jumping out, trying to hold that there. The members of Cake still keeping up a lot of aggression as this other member comes out and try and save their teammate. A lot of scrapping going on here for the hill as there's only one member standing of Water Otters.
Yeah, it looks like right here, Cake trying to push in. We see this Caper right here, trying to be the more aggressive one right here, actually. They're trying to save this pity right here. They're not going to be able to right here. Looks like, I feel like Cake is trying to, oh, this Booyah Bomb's in a really weird position. Looks like they get shredded, sadly, by the Jet, I think. As, I think, honestly, I think maybe Cake is playing a little, I mean, sorry, not Cake. Water's playing two passes, as I say, actually, three go down. There's a laid right here. It looks like Territory Wall is going to jump to the person. Looks like they're going to score the pity right here. They have another pity jumping in. That pity jump might be a little bit short right here. They take the lead, actually. Can the pity get in? Can them... It's like, no, they're going to... No, sadly, the jump wasn't close enough there. Actually, oh, they're not going to take the lead. Sorry, I just said they opened it. No, wait, they are. They're going to take the lead. I just bit my words right there.
Commentators curse, right? Yeah, Territorial Water Otters pulling lead here. It is not a large one, but there's only a minute and a half left in the match. Granted, Cake has been being very aggressive, and they have been getting significantly more picks than the members of Water Otters. So how they are able to apply those picks into pressure is something that I do want to see if they do manage to pull lead here with about 80 seconds remaining. The members of Water Otters acknowledging that there's a lot of pressure on that left hill, trying to hold it, but Yellowfish is alone up there, and no doubt being looked at by more than one member of Cake.
Yeah, really smart. Ooh, I was gonna say, really smart play back over here. They actually find their capers really aggro this whole game. Popping bomb rush. Maybe they could have saved that for when Cake was making the push. Actually, never mind. They have 20 clams right here. Really good clams on both sides. Looks like the Cake's gonna try and go in right here. They actually get taken out by Water Otters, Yellowfish is signaling his teammates that he's in trouble. Looks like, oh, wait, there's a score at the basket. It's just a bloodbath right now. It's Patrick actually going to find that score. Going to bring it down to 56, 50, 49, 40, and he jumps in. Okay, good. You know, good soldier death right there. You know you can't score. Might as well not give the credit to your team for killing you and instead give it to Water right here. But they sadly, I think they're going to be trouble here because we have a Cake right here with a really lot of clams right here. So Water Otter is going to really have to play really good defense right here.
Not only has a lot of clams, but they also have the special advantage. The members of Water Otters all just came out of spawn, so they're not going to have special for the defense here. That Booyah Bomb is coming out from the Pro. That is going to create a lot of space. It can also be followed up by the Booyah from the 52, which is exactly what we see happen as the members of Cake are under the basket. We don't see it there, but they do manage to pull lead there in the first seconds of overtime. Game 1 going to Cake on Clam Blitz Snapper.
I think this also shows how I mean you can't really play like one push isn't gonna seal the whole game for you, especially if you know the other team's just gonna play aggressive the whole entire game right here, like we saw the Caper doing, kind of controlling that right heel, playing really aggressive right there. And I don't know what happened to the basket, but I think Cake had 2 pretty clams and they scored them both. I'm not really sure as we saw the splash and the Booyah Bomb. And sadly, we didn't get to see the clams get thrown in, but it's fine though. At least we knew that Cake come back and won that match.
Yeah, and actually, I think it was little clams. I don't think they needed big clams to pull lead there, but we will only know if we study the VOD more closely, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think I may be wrong. I think that because there was 27. I mean, I guess that could be like 5 clams per teammate plus the big pity, which would be like third 25-ish, which kind of makes sense right here. But honestly, another classic map right here for Clam Blitz Inkblot. Very, very close encounter map like we saw Starfish earlier. But and again, I don't know. I think maybe we'll see Cake here using the aggression to their advantage right here, as this is a very small map.
I actively do not enjoy Clam Blitz Inkblot. I do like Cake's Double Booyah comp for this map mode. Just because those Booyah Bombs can be used to completely split off mid, if popped at the same time. So that's something that does interest me moving forward to this map mode.
Yeah, also, I mean, especially if you place it right, you can place one on kind of their snack and one in their plat, you can kind of just go in together. But that's also counting maybe like we maybe see like the 4-12 come out, because also bubbles, like we've said along. Well, I've said it like a bunch where on this map especially, I mean not especially, but like bubbles are really big enough, especially if they're big enough, they can take their whole entire plat and just kind of swarm their plat and just they threaten the enemy team like, hey, we're gonna pop these bubbles, so if you drop, you're dead.
We will find out. I wonder if the Double Booyah Bomb comp from Cake was just a snapper moment, just given how it is split, or whether or not it was a general trend. And it does seem like it was specific to that previous map mode, as we don't see any Booyah Bombs from Cake in particular, and we also have 2 brushes, one on each side.
This is, I think 2 waters switch up the whole entire comp actually, because I don't see any of their same weapons actually. We see the brush going down right away, and we do see double bubble, double full squeeze on both sides, and we also see our first baller, I think, of the day right here with this ink brush evolve. Really good weapon, especially for Clam Blitz, especially for solo queue. We see those solo queue brushes all the time, and we see actually both the flows going down. Checking, trying to find this brush right here. The brush is able to use their close encounters to kill them right here. It looks like it's just gonna be trades and trades going down right here. No really team take control.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all, given that we are so early into the game, and both of these teams do seem like they like to scrap. Yellowfish trying to go steps there does get caught on the map a little bit, opting to rotate back, which is good, because if you miss that jump more than once or twice, the enemy team is not going to be looking at you. Good picks from Yellowfish there as they both teams fight for mid. Once again, another very scrappy exchange.
I think the Russian roller kind of just caught there, sitting in right there. Kind of just got caught right here. You see the bubble's actually online, and looks like there's actually the zap's gonna go down the ball carrier right there. Low iron right here, the foil squeezer, trying to find pity, trying to find cleanser here to form that pity. Looks like the case is gonna go down, the try's gonna go down. Looks like this rush trying to make an opening right here. As 8, they may actually, in the foil actually goes down. I don't know who to, but two waters. I mean, the water gang. I'm just gonna call them water. Sorry. The water is actually getting 3 specials online, trying to go in with the bubbles like we saw. Looks like but they have no pity right now, so I don't know if maybe it's not worth it at all. The guy, the foil right here, trying to just hide. Oh, and he, what? Oh, okay,
What?
formed the. I didn't.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. The squeezer did manage to get under there and form a pity or power clam somehow. Does manage to score it, but a lot of fuss and not any significant in terms of a push.
Yeah, but we've seen, like, that might be the only push again, because we've seen a lot of trades going down here. You see the brush going top left right here. Keg is trying to make the push right here. The K-Shot gets one right here, actually sadly goes down to the floor right here, but the brush in their spawn, actually. I don't know if Waters knows the brush in their spawn right here. Maybe they're gonna get a jump at the pity right here. I don't know what the brush is doing. I don't know. I think the brush is still in their spawn. I don't know where the brush is. Maybe they're oh no, they're in mid right now. I see the trails right there. Looks like a 3v3 situation in mid. Looks like oh, 2 waters right here is just gonna try and take control, try and slow down, and looks like they've done that. So just stopping Cake's push.
This reminds me a lot of the last game in terms of how even-paced it was for the first 2.5 minutes. I would be shocked if the single power clam dunk is what secures Waters the win here. We do see Cake having 3 specials. They are going to start using those. The missiles coming out. They do have those bubbles ready for the push, but they don't have the clams in the right hands. They do have the pity though, so they can jump in with that, but Waters has really good control of their own plat right now, and their own bubbles and missiles ready for a counter.
It looks like right here. Sadly, 2 go down on Cake. 3 go down. Sorry, my bad. 3 go down on Cake right here. The brush, I don't know where the brush went. Looking, oh, at the foil. Really nice snipe right there. Looks like Waters trying to pass around clams right here. I don't know. The brush actually in their spawn, able to find the foil right here with this flank right here. Hiding the bubbles like the foil did. Looks like they're trying to pass clams to the mid. They actually get a pity right here. They're able to get one in. They're able to get their counter a little bit low right here, getting the 60, maybe 55 right here. 55 is trying to end the push right here as we get still a missile. And 2 Fish is gonna, gets caught in the trap right there.
Yeah, trying to swim up a wall with a missile on you is never going to go well. That pick is pretty useful in terms of Cake getting control of mid though, because now they don't have to worry about a brush sharking anywhere they look. Cake, the pressure is on them now. They do have 19, a very quickly growing number of clams with 30 seconds remaining. They also have the specials as all the members of Water are coming out of spawn. They know where they are approximately. 2 members of Cake going to go down though. That is going to make it extremely difficult for a Zap and a K-Shot to push in here. Waters also, it's worth noting, now has control of mid, and there's that 1 member of Cake that's currently very, very, very pinned on that right side.
This brush on Waters has been a really good job just running around, just annoying Cake really a bunch. It looks like them being able to get a push right here. It looks like the last push right here. The try goes down. Looks like the K-Shot trying to make it up in the full trade is K-Shot right here. But the ball's still alive. Looks like 2 PDs going to be thrown. No, what the? No, what the? Looks like this. Oh man, that brush. I think just going to end this game with the quad right here. Oh, sadly, does not get the quad, but still, really good clutch kills by that brush right there. Sharking on that top left. Like I assume you like to do as a blob and just come down and swoop their enemies.
Oh my god, you know about the blob. The brush absolutely in the right place at the right time at the end there. Surprisingly not top fronting, but half of their picks did come in like literally the final 50 seconds of the game. So, very well played from that brush player there. Also, that game, there was just a lot of fuss and not a lot of scoring. Which is interesting to me, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like we saw the brushes splats on like the cam right there. As we saw, every single time we were on the brush would get a kill or something. But again, another very well-known Clam Blitz map. I feel like this is like the famous Clam Blitz round where it's a bunch of really good maps. And again, we have a set going into the 3rd game. Clam Blitz Mako Mart. I don't expect to see slot shoes here. I'm gonna expect to see maybe the brushes again.
We appreciate the Cedars for getting us good matches. Shout out to the Cedars. You do God's work out there. Thank you, gamers. Clam, Blitz, Mako Mart. Perhaps we see the brush come back. In the hands of Yellowfish on the side of Water Otters. I would like to see that here just because brushes, there are so many opportunities for cheeky little flanks here. You can go straight through your opponent's breakfast and get under the basket rather quickly. You can go around through breakfast into their spawn. You could go across the block onto the top left side in the blink of an eye. Like, there's just so much that a brush could do here, given that the map is not only short, but also on the narrower side.
Also, I forgot to mention that actually I think the Water team had a try right there on their last match. Maybe I think they'll keep that try here. May see the same exact construct here as, again, another really good bubble map, like we said before, and the foil can again hide the bubbles underneath the enemy basket and kind of just sit there and score. But anyways, third match, Clam, Blitz, Mako Mart, as we see a tent come out. Ooh, that's a really interesting, and we see the CDS come out. Dang. Looks like the brushes were removed for this match. Actually, the try is still there right there. It looks like I'm really interested to see what this tent does right now.
It is a different try player though. Yellowfish was on the brush previously, now playing the vanilla tri-slasher. And the tent is an incredibly interesting pick, I'm not going to lie. I do like the idea of the tent on either of those stacks, maintaining control, but Cake getting 3 down. It is just the try left. It does look like that try is behind them, coming from the direction of the ouches here. So Emiskaya and that K-shot holding very vulnerable positions. We do see that Emiskaya is able to dunk, but there is no way they are going to be able to sustain that push.
No, especially again, this might be the first match where we see a KO right here, because this is a really good map where you can really just snowball your opponent right here. It looks like the tent trying to throw something. Actually, sadly goes down right here. The armor is popped right here. See this getting hop from block to block. I didn't need to say hop that many times, but looks like they're trying to push right here, trying to find these pitties right here. Actually, they run in sadly to the Cake enemies. Looks like the Junior May. Ooh, looks like they almost edged the rank right there, but really good solid defense by Cake right there, trying to play patient, letting their opponent make the mistake.
Yeah, the Junior going down, going to keep a lot of paint off of the table. The tent and the K-Pro are going to have trouble painting for themselves, so that Junior staying alive is really important. As a member of the Water Otters, do burn through those specials. The try going down, though, taking the armor with it. It is a try, so losing armor, given that you're not able to gain it back as quickly, is pretty important. I would say the most important thing for Clam, Blitz, Mako is not getting wiped and not going more players down than you really need to for any given situation, just because of how little of the map is actually used to score, and that being just the mid area between the two stacks. If you lose that area because you lose man advantage, that area can be very difficult to regain control of without getting the picks. So just being careful, being cautious, trying to remember to breathe can be very, very useful in this map mode in particular.
Especially in low level, I feel like low level I think the step from low level to mid level is learning to win the pop discussion right here. We saw the bubbles kind of get popped, but then they get killed, so they kind of waste their bubble right there. We saw the hammer get popped, the 10 able to get one, not able to score the pity in. It looks like there's we're at the other team's that's right. As we see Keg right here. Good defense right there, another solid defense where we see a trade on the board between the K-shot and try. Looks like the K-Pro is going to take right stack right now. We see that we're not running the double booyah comp, we are running one booyah right now. It looks like the Junior has a lot of kills actually with the 10 assists, 10 KA right there. It looks like the K-Pro just sitting here trying to wait for the opportunity here. They're able to booyah on another awkward place right here, trying to catch someone on the far right, getting caught right here. As you see the trying to maybe flank right here, trying to get the K-Pro right here as actually the K-shot goes down. Looks like 2 Water's gonna have to clean up this, maybe make a push.
It does look like Cake is trying to score here as well, with that hammer getting a very nice pick on that tri-slasher. If Cake is able to take space here, which they do get a wipe, go gamers, go! They do manage to dunk here. So how well they are able to lock out the Water Otters is my question. Very nice shield deploy from that Tet player there in order to maintain control of Snipe, but they are the only member standing and very quickly going to go down. That is a wipe on the member members of Cake, and here comes the danger because they do have lead here. However, the pressure is on Water Otters with only a minute left. They know they have to take space. They are doing so now, especially given the momentum off of a wipe like that. And it looks like they're going to dunk here as well.
Yeah, maybe that was just a dunk to get Cake on their feet right there. Actually, never mind. We see the bubbles going out. The pity's going in. Does not score. Looks like the CDS picked up the pity from their basket, so they're not going to have a safe pity at their basket right now. They're just going to have to hold on to it and hope they don't die right here. As we see Cake already with 16 clams. Maybe they're going to look for another score right here. Or maybe they don't. Maybe they just hold mid, but looks like they're actually looking for another score right here. As we see the 10 missile, the rebound coming out. The 10's trying to get set up on the right, I think. It looks like, yeah, the 10's able to get several right. Actually, a trade happening between the K-Throw and K-Shot. Looks like the K-Shot, oh, the try flanks the 10 right now. It looks like Waters is able to push in. They have 16 clams. This might be the push for that you can win.
Yeah, they need to get a push here and they need to sustain it though. Cake does have that power climb of their own, but that is going to tell the Water Otters exactly where they are. Water dunks here. They have enough clams to pull lead here if they manage to stay alive. Those missiles can be used to force the members of Cake back, but 2 members go down to a bomb. This is huge for Cake. It's just that squeezer. The question for Cake is, where is it? But the basket closes. Cake taking game 3 and with it the set.
Very good defense by Cake right there. I think Cake was playing more of the patient game like we saw last set where the humpback, where we saw Red Pacific playing more patient, taking control, and making that one big push like we saw Cake did here. I mean, one big push is all you need right here, especially if you can get 18 KA from that junior right there, really being good support and just painting up the map, giving armor so they can win that game and win the set.
Yeah, very well played from both teams there. Another 2-1 in the opening sets of Swiss. That's always very exciting. I did enjoy both of these teams play. I enjoyed the double brush comps. I feel like we're seeing that a lot more often in low level. And I also enjoyed seeing Dr. Fang play the tent on a map mode that I don't typically see it on, and also using that for the W. So with that, we will be back in a moment, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Clam Blitz edition of Minnow Cup. My name is Skipidillians, and I am here with Half to watch these two teams, Ufish and Shipshake, start duking it out on Clam Blitz Sturgeon. How are you doing, Half?
I'm doing fine. I mean, the last two rounds have been pretty good. I mean, it's been 2-1, so I mean, the stream has been very generous to us in giving us really close match right here. Maybe this will be another close one between Ewu Fish and Shipshape.
Yeah, I do expect this 2-1 streak to continue just because of how awesome our production staff have been behind the scene. So, do love to see it. Picking even matches is always a talent, and I have massive respect for it. About these two teams, Ufish and Shipshape. Both of them are currently 1-1 in their win-loss record. Ufish taking the W over Sommerzite, but losing to Surf and Turf, and then Shipshape taking the W on Cake, who we saw win the last set previously on stream, but losing to Squid Killers. So we're getting to the stage in Swiss to where your win-loss record is mattering a lot more in terms of determining who gets into Top Cut. So both of these teams have something on the line.
Totally agree. I think honestly, if you win this match, you might be really good set for Top Cut. Well, if you lose this match, you kind of have to win the next two to have a chance at Top Cut.
Yeah.
So we already see right here, maybe a 190 and an L3. Really, actually, we see two weapons right here that we haven't seen yet with the 96 right here. And we see the L3, which is not that commonly used anymore just because of how nerfed it got, but it's still a very good weapon.
Yeah, I would like to point out that we do have the Ufish over here with that double armor comp with the Tri and the 96. That Bomb Rush and the Missile is going to be the main specials that they use to push in and lock out. Marsh here in a really tricky situation having the fall back. It does look like, honestly, Ufish is being extremely aggressive in this opening.
I think we saw the Tri there actually get 2 on bridge right here, and it looks like Ewu Fish is trying to push right here. The splash is going to get Bomb Rush here, actually going to open up a new opening right here. As you see, everyone just focusing Sniper right here. They have like a two, one with the Bomb Rush. Ow, the Zap gets the shock right here as the Flings that cleans up right here. Able to grab the pity right here, and looks like this can be an opening score for Ewu Fish.
Yeah, look how fast Ufish is being, like, genuinely in terms of their rotations, their engagements. That Flinks in particular is just absolutely going in very, very, very quickly. The movements are very, very sharp. And that being said, the Foil Flings is currently the last player standing. Ufish getting an opening push in there, but not getting it to below 60, as we do see Shipshape having 3 specials online. That Missile Inkjet combo, armor combo, is going to be very useful in terms of brute forcing a push here with a significant amount of clams coming in.
Yeah, I think this is another really close covered map, but there's a bunch of clams right here. We see the L3 able to get one right there. It's just the try the L3. The L3, oh, I think was trying to hit this, throw the clamp, but instead hit the weapon shoot, and the ink went into the basket. Sadly, it doesn't count as any points, but at least a solid attempt right there from Shipshape, as the Zap is actually able to get the try kind of lacking right there. And looks like Shipshape is going to take mid right here after they're really just a slow push right there, but still, really good job holding on the mid.
A good job indeed. We do see that Shipshape is currently in control of mid. We do have that armor coming online as the members fall back to try and get clams. Not locking the pods though, which personally I do find interesting. We do see Shipshape has that power clam, but that is the only clam that they have. When that try does go down though, that clam is going to go with it. That is recooed by a teammate, but in this this 2v3 situation, make that a 1v3 situation, that can be quite dangerous to try and recover that clam and keep that alive. Ufish very quickly gaining an advantage here as they do break open the basket for a second time.
Ufish really being aggressive, and they are like Cake last round, just really aggressive, really forcing the issue right here. You see the Flings on Sniper here, trying to go for another pick. Sadly gets taken down by the try right here. It looks like Giga Moist right here. I wanted to say the name, so Giga Moist right here with the try, going in, trying to find this guy in this pit right here. Actually lets him escape right here. It looks like Shipshape already has a bunch of clams over here with double armor coming online, Inkjet coming out, they miss online, able to get 2 down. Able to get, 2 down still. They score the clam. That took a long time to score right here. They get 3 down right here. The splash, the only one left alive. It looks like they're going to able to... One clam. I'll take that one. Giga Moist with the nice try slash to kill. It looks like they're able to take the lead by 1 point.
Yeah, a Giga play there at the end does manage to pull lead there and live at it. Honestly, that try did live a lot longer than I thought they were going to live. We do see that Ufish does have that armor ready to go once this scrap begins. Holding that power clam with 23 clams, I'm a little bit worried for Ufish here because now we do see that the members of Shipshape are going to be able to put up a lot more pressure knowing where that one player is. They have, now we can very quickly see that Shipshape has gained control of mid back once again. This is quite sweaty for Ufish.
Yeah, I think we see Gigamoys with 13k right now, so the Tri-Stars are doing really well here. The 96 trying to find the share right here, able to back down, throw the pity, trying to distract him right here. It looks like we see Shipshape taking mid, maybe taking the initiative. They know they can score again because they have a little penalty right here. The 96 gets caught really weak from that first one right there. It looks like Shipshape, they're throwing clams off the map, I think. I don't know what they're doing right now, but it looks like they're trying to make a push right now. They have armor, but the Inkjet goes down sadly. I think the flings are right there. It looks like, Gigamoy sadly goes down. It looks like right here, Shipshape's gonna have to back up right here.
Ooh, 3 on the side of Shipshape. This is excellent for Ufish if they can get that power clam is, and here it comes. As soon as they dunk this, they are going to pull lead, and there it is, the lead in favor of Ufish. So the question is here for them, do they want to extend their lead, or do they want to bleed this out so that way when the basket closes, they are in control? They need 1 clam! That is it! Game 1 on Sturgeon going to Ufish.
It's a very, very back and forth match right there. Not a lot of. We haven't seen a knockout yet, which I'm really surprised about. I mean, this is really good even match right here, and we see. I think that was Ufish making that opening score we saw, being the more aggressive team, and I think the aggressiveness paid off right here when they took the lead at the end.
Yeah, it did. That once they were able to pull lead, they could just hold on to their clams. They did have 4 people standing when they did pull that lead. You only need to dunk 1 clam in overtime to force the match to a close and deny your opponent's overtime. And that is exactly what Ufish did in order to take game 1. Very, very smart play there.
And I think this is the most open map we've had so far. This one is definitely wide open. As we see Angel V games, definitely this is, I think, one of your favorite maps for Blob, especially with those street areas and very, very, very closed-in areas that a Blob can do really well in.
Yeah, I do quite enjoy Blob on Anchovy. Maybe we'll see one. Will we get to see a Blob today? Probably not. Crying.
I mean, we did see 2 sloshers, so that's 2 chances at seeing another slosher right there. I mean, seeing the Blob right there.
I don't know if Blob players typically play try or slosh. Like, I personally don't. I know one who, like, dabbled in slosh and then very quickly dropped it. I think those weapons are more dissimilar than similar. But perhaps I'm wrong.
Oh no, that's a ball or not actually. Very, very uncommon to see, but also really good weapon on this type mode with the baller, just going in and getting those 2 pity clams scored right there, or just getting that pity jump. We also see that 10, really also another really good choice in map, like we saw with the really crowded streets, and the 10 can kind of just crowd that street with the shield and really just take over. Our receiver here, the 10 actually going to be a little bit caught. Gonna go down right here. This flings gets taken out by Gigamoys right here. Looks like, I think that's Shipshape right here. Able to get 3 down right here. Escapes barely just in time right here, as we see Shipshape already have 7 clams. It looks like they have 3 special online. Looks like they're trying to make a push right here. As we see Gigamoys, Inkjet and armor come out right here. They're trying to find a pick with Inkjet right here. Actually, the try tries to go in, and I think the try killed the other try right there. It looks like it's 2 down on each side.
Shipshape able to be underneath the basket. There are enough clams in order to form here. That hammer going to be very, very dicey. Kevin getting underneath that hammer in order to dunk a power clam and get a pick on the way out. That is a fantastic play from that nozzle nose there. This is looking quite sweaty for Ufish. We do see that Shipshape has managed to get it to below 45 remaining in the first minute of the game. So Ufish really needs to clear out their pit here, just because there's a lot of trouble for them here.
What's still going on right here? See, Kevin actually, there'd be one right here. Going to 27 right here. This might be a 100-0 push right there and get more clans right here. X sadly the try able to get down. Looks like the jump's not gonna be enough right there. But still, really good push from ShipShape. That might be the defining push of the game right there.
Yeah, that is an excellent push, and it might be the only push that they need. We do see Cookies locking pods. Big brain play there from Cookies locking that pod on Arcade. I absolutely love to see it. You know, manipulating the Clam economy a little bit, some insider trading. We do see Earfish popping that armor in order to try and get back into mid. They are doing so just that, but look at how grouped up they are all on that left side. Cookie's getting a pick, but no doubt that the remaining members of ShipShape know exactly where they are. Excellent crossfire between them and a teammate, as the Nautilus is the only one left standing.
And it looks like we're gonna have a big actually push from right here from Ewofish. They have the bomb rush ready. They have 2 pity clans online, with actually 3 pity clans online. Sorry. It looks like this might be a really good push for Ewofish right here, because ShipShape really doesn't have any specials right here. It looks like Ewofish trying to go in from this left side, trying to take the 10. They get a trade with the flings and zap though. It looks like, what just, that was the baller. I didn't see a baller pop right there. It looks like, Ewofish able to score 1. Sadly, it isn't enough at ShipShape. Really good defense right there.
1 is more than none, right? They did grant ShipShape a pity clan, but they did get points on the board. So with the time that they have left and how many points they have to clear, I wouldn't say that that is a bad thing. Getting 3 members of ShipShape down, this is huge for Ewofish, because now they are going to be able to push in. They need clams. They need more clams in order to break in their Cookies. Having 9, this can form a power. They also have an additional power. Just worried that Cookies is going to get a little bit greedy for it here, but they do manage to stay alive, helping their teammates get some picks. No doubt this is a very strong push for Ewofish here, but they both missed the pick.
But they're able to clean up, able to get down to 50 right here. And it looks like the foil is going to try and... the flings are sorry. Going and killing that nature right there. And it looks like, that was a good push, but not enough, especially because 27, especially on this map, is really hard to come by. It looks like there's going to be added penalty right there. Ewofish trying to steal the lead, but sadly off by just 20 points.
Giga forming a power clam here, nearly has armor ready with that baller from the Nautilus. The baller, is that popped? No, it is not. That is the zap going down up on that right side. Moist and teammates all having their specials ready to go as that ancient armor combo is popped. They are going to break back in. I am concerned about this being a little bit greedy, given that they are currently in the lead, and any clams that they score here is something that Ewofish can use against them. But here we go with ShipShape dunking that power clam, not clearing penalty quite yet. We will see how they're able to hold on to this.
Yeah, I think that maybe that was a smart push by ShipShape. Maybe just putting the pressure on Ewofish, trying to make them use their specials. But sadly, Ewofish saves the push right there. They get a free P right here. And looks like this 10's going to try and find somewhere here. Pops the M right here. Able to get a really cheeky pick on that L3 right there. Looks like they're going up that fan right there, the stamp. They're going to try and find this knot, and they find him with the last second of the hammer. 24 clams left. The pity scored right now. All they need is one. The pity is jumping in, actually. And that's the... What the...
Oh! They both lead! No shot! Did you see that?
Oh my gosh. And maybe that's why I think ShipShape, that came to hurt them at the end, because the extra pity, the time they scored, they gave the extra pity to Ewofish, and that's what they used to jump in. Looks like Ewofish using their resources to their advantage.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little dicey when you start talking about dunking with less than a minute in the game, just because you know that your opponent is guaranteed a pity, and that is exactly, as you mentioned, what came to Ewfish's advantage in order to be able to turn this around there. So we are 2-0 in this set. Ewofish is the declared victor of the set, but we do have our third game, given that this is a play all 3, and we'll be moving on to Clam, Blitz, Manta Maria. The question for ShipShape is, do they take the game 3? Because game 3s are, even if you lose the set, are very important in terms of determining how tiebreakers work for Top Cut.
Especially like we talked about earlier. I mean, honestly, opponent win percentage, like we said, is probably the key factor here. So I think opponent win percentage is the first tiebreaker. I'm pretty sure. But what I was always thinking is let's just have the enemy win. But honestly, I think you guys winning, getting it a 2-1 right there, that might maybe lead momentum into the next 2 sets you could win, and maybe the next top can maybe face these guys again and just get revenge on them.
You really never know whether or not you're going to encounter a Swiss opponent in bracket, and then you always want to try and turn that around, especially if you were on the receiving side of an L. Clam Blitz Manta Maria is another interesting map, I think, for that tent in the hands of Yaga.
Agreed. I mean, like another 2 weapons that are very. I mean, there's also Splowlings here that are very, really good holding that snipe right there. We saw the Nautilus earlier. Maybe we'll switch to like a heavy deco, not a heavy deco, maybe like a Hydra, or maybe like the Booyah Bomb Spawning right here. As we see, our match is loading up, game 3 right here. We see the same comp again from Efish, and we see the same comp, I think. So same comps on both sides actually, so no really comp changes here.
Interesting. I do love that. Oh wait, no, we don't see the 10 in Yaga.
Oh,
Yaga
yeah.
switching back to the 96.
Oh yeah, I mean, I didn't notice that, but I think it's just the same. I don't know. It's kind of the same comps from the first game. Now it is not, but still very similar comps right there. As we see already, ship shape 2. Yeah, that's ship shape 2 going down. Oh, it's a 1v1 between Slash Slashers. Who's the better Try Slasher right here? As we see, Gigamoy's going retreating. We have a 1v. Oh, looks like they're not gonna 1v1 right now. Looks like they're gonna back up and make it a little bit more safe.
Unfortunate. I did want that try 1v1. I'm not gonna lie.
It probably would have turned into a. Oh, we just saw it right there. And looks like Gigamoy is able to come out. I was gonna say it was gonna probably turn into a trade right there with the two sloshes able to be 2 sloshes. You can kill your opponent right there. It looks like Gigamoy is being caught by the missiles right there, going down to the 96 right there. 96 just trying to hold top right here. They find one. I don't know where the L3's landing is, but looks like they're not able to find it in time. It looks like, oh, but everyone goes down on Efish. There's just the 96 left holding their bunker.
The 96 holding the bunker is definitely the smart play here, given how much they can see at once. Conversely, everyone under the sun can see them. So popping that armor once their teammates get back in, getting a pick on the try, but are going to be flushed out by Marsh. It is another 2v2 situation. The Flings are getting very aggro, and dropping on that Nautilus is going to be punished for it, as we do see Pisces forming a power clam and putting the pressure on that remaining player in street. They do have that baller ready to go. They are going to ditch that clam to a teammate and try and break their way in here.
Yeah, it looks like they're able to jump this baller technique right there. 96 is gonna go down right. He is now right here. First score of the game right here. This may actually become too sweet right here. There's many clams coming. Kevin has the most clams right here. Already going down to 32. This is turning out just like the Anchovy game right here. And maybe we see Yaga 96 right here getting caught. Trying to slash over the wall. Armor's getting caught right here. Maybe able to get the 96. Able to get the 96 right there, but not a lot of clams to follow up on. It looks like they're in. Oh wait. Oh, sadly not in time. Looks like this is turning out just to be like the Anchovy game this is turning out to be the Anchovy game if Ewish didn't make that push like we saw.
Yeah, Ship Shape getting it down to 26, I would say is more significant here on Manta than it is on Anchovy. Just because, I don't know, this street of Manta is very, very, very defendable. And they do have that double armor comp, which is going to be useful here. We do see that the splash does get 3 down, so that is a wipe on the side of Ship Shape. Ufish is going to be able to push back in here, and they do have those missiles online, ready to shut down those members coming out of spawn. The Try doing a great job, though, in getting enough picks on the members of Ufish to shut down this push before it even started.
Yeah, it looks like I think the Try got the 2 main ball carriers while they were passing clams. Ooh, I thought Marsh fell into the abyss right there. But I think the Try really good defense right there. Really good holding on. Ship Shape just needs to hold on for 1 minute. 1 minute 30 seconds more right here. As the Try trying to fight the Zap. The Zap tries to back out. Sadly goes down right here. As you see that, ooh, 2 go down on Ship Shape right here. 3 go down. That's a full wipe, but Ewish doesn't have the clams ready at all. The armor, but I don't know if it's needed right now.
Fish beginning their first push of the game. The splash is currently down, but they do have that armor. The Try pops it and does get picked by the 85. That is the push coming to a close for Ufish. Now Ship Shape does have a pity clam. Will they be able to take their first game of the set here?
It's leading up to it right now, right here. As we see the armor pop, we see Kevin trying to get the Zinker right here, really close to it right now. Like 10 special points away, right? I can't read right now, but it looks like he does find it right now. But actually, Zap tries to go and misses the pity clan a little bit short right here. Kevin's gonna try and inkjet for bunker here, trying to find more picks, trying to put more pressure right here. Try goes down. Kevin is not able to find anyone right here, and Ewofish, sadly, oh man, if Shipshay would have scored that pity, Ewofish would have been a okay spot with that free pity, but sadly they don't score right here. They have to form a pity on their own. Actually, as two members go down, I think that now right there, playing really good defense right here, and the Zap able to find the splash with the most clams right here. And Shipshay might win this game right here.
They sure might. 30 seconds remaining, less than that for Ewofish in order to be able to break in here. We do see that the try does have armor, but the try is picked. This is going to be increasingly more difficult for Ewofish. 3 members down, so that's going to be 3 members coming out of spawn without special. Shipshape pushing in. They are going to try and go for the dunk. They do dunk, denying a chance at overtime. That is Shipshape bringing it around in game 3, taking that game. Ewofish still winning the set overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was the Anchovy game. If Ewofish didn't make that final push right here, Shipshape was probably in control most of the set. And honestly, it just kind of proved that they were probably the more better team, but maybe not the best objective team, as we saw Ewofish do in the first and second games.
Yeah, GG's to both of these teams. I was very excited to see Shipshape secure the victory at the end of that set in game 3. But Ewofish, good luck on your continued tourney run. I know we will see you around. With that, it is our last moment commentating together for today. Where can the good people find you?
You can find me on Twitter. I don't really post there a lot, but honestly, I think my Twitter thing been scrolling at the bottom screen, so I don't really need to shout that out. I mean, I don't really care for followers, but I think people want to find you, Skep. So where can people find the blob?
Oh my god, I'm flattered. Hi,
Yeah.
my name is Skepidillions and I am a Div 6 blob for Aquapora, and you can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Skepidillions. I'm typically around, and thank you, Half. I'm flattered.
And you can see Skep playing FNF, which I played in actually, which really fun tournament. Obviously, we're not focused on that. We're focused on the amazing Minnow Cup right here, Clam Blitz Edition.
Yeah, well, with that, this will be it for us today. Thank you all for coming out, and we still have a fantastic rest of the tourney for you here today. Cater and Quark will be on next for your next set. With that, stay fresh, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Minnow Cup number 14, Clam Blitz edition. We are here with round 4 of the Swiss stage. We're going to be seeing Transients versus LT3. I'm Kato, and I'm joined here today by Quark.
Yes, and Transients is, very trans. They've got a nice trans flag on their team profile. It's a squid, all the trans colors. I appreciate the pun because that's usually my job. The teams are doing it for me.
Yes, it's great. I'm not too aware of either of these teams, but it looks like they've readied up very quickly, so it's likely that they know what they want to play here on Reef Clam Blitz.
Yeah. I mean, I would every time I hear LT3, I start thinking of an L3, so who knows?
Well,
but we're already going.
it would be
so
nice.
There's time to even talk about the map for us to be trying to guess like where people are going to go, and bridge is going to be important as it always is on the reef. Just having that mid, and gonna have to be really careful like the wipe tiers, how fast the teams can move, and we've got some interesting comp coming out. That's
an undercover.
Thunder too. But they're gonna have baller, armor, missile. So that's gonna be. They're gonna have a notable paint disadvantage, but against LT3. But I really like the comp we're seeing coming out of Transients, or rather of LT3. I got them backwards.
Yeah, that Grim range combined with the Squiffer is a little bit less paint there than you usually see. So we really hope that it's like the undercover and the K-Shot are going to be on double duty for that. But through this, it does look like they've got a pretty nice opening. They have control of this bridge here. The undercover does have to back up a little bit from the Stingray coming out of the Sea-Jet. Sea-Jet not a weapon you see too often on Clam Blitz, but I can definitely understand the want to spam Stingrays as an ex-Sea-Jet player myself. So that's fair for Transients to come out and play that. They do have a little bit more of a comp that you usually see. You see the Nautilus, the Flingza too. More often you see that in zones, but that's fair as you can take advantage of a lot of the ledges here. And of course you generally see just the kind of neutral-ish state here that both of these teams are in. They're getting clams, they're looking at each other, but right now it does look like LT3 is in a pretty good position with this Grim range being a little bit more aggressive here. They kind of caught themselves out, so I think they will have to back up, especially to go back in for the paint, but they have the power clam. All of these missiles, though, really going to put a damper on that, especially with the Inkjet, the Stingray, everything is getting popped now.
Yeah, and I think LT3's comp is going to be one where they're just going to kind of poke and prod at Transients until they get a hit, because their weapons are kind of either slow kill time or just slow moving. So it's going to be like that, with maybe the exception of the Swiffer, it's going to be a little faster, but still relatively slow to like between shots and all that. So they're going to just kind of looking for an opening, and eventually when they hit one, it'll be devastating, but they've got to hit one. And they continue to go in, but they haven't scored yet, and the ballers finally let them score. They're going to get a pick here. It's looking like it's going to be this sort of push, but it's going to come out as a trade, and Transients is going to very quickly turtle up and stop the push at 80. So we saw a poke come in through from LT3, but it just wasn't enough. They didn't really have anything else other than that baller getting them in. And now we get the Blaster doing a good job holding down the bridge, which is going to be really critical defensively, because that means that Transients can't just immediately counter push off that near wipe.
Yeah, the Blaster here getting really nice picks. A great triple there. Oh my goodness. They don't have any... That is okay. That is the full quad. Wow. I mean, that is clip-worthy right there. Incredible work from this Blaster, and now we're going to be seeing the rest of the team gather clams to make that power clam, and so we will see the break of the barrier get a little bit more points, and they don't currently have any on there. The Blaster's going to do their best to hold down this area. We also have the baller coming out from the undercover. There's the Stingray, though. Blaster gets another pick, fires off those missiles, so no more than 58, which considering the Blaster is putting in so much work here, so I do hope that as you can see more clams are getting gathered, that LT3 will be able to put in yet a little bit more, maybe another push here as well.
Yeah, if they had more clams in the initial push, that could have been a lot more devastating. Now they're going to be forced into pushing against the Inkjet. It's going to lose one member, they're going to lose another down. This is likely to collapse. The baller is going to come out, and the Sunder might get a pick, but the Knot's going to do a nice job just kind of strafing around, taking them down there. And I think the play was really good, but it was mostly reliant on the Blaster and the fact that they just didn't... It took them so long to pass the clams around to the right people. It looked like there was a bit of a miscommunication there, so that's going to be... Makes things tricky for LT3, and Transients is going to be given an opportunity to counter push. I think the Ray... Interesting choice of timing, because they've got nothing else pop it with, well, now they've got an armor, but they lost their missiles, so that Ray really came down to nothing there, and 2 power clams are going to be out on the side of LT3, and the Squiff is getting a nice pick. That's going to open things up and let a lot of points go in.
There we go. That is what you like to see, down to 38, even with 2 members down, and 18 as well. So they are just ticking down right now. They've got it all the way down to 6 to 3, just 1 more clam away from that knockout. But the Flings are here, very quick to come in and clean that up. So Transients has a little bit more of a chance. They have pretty much 1, maybe 2 shots at this. They have that Pity Clamp as well as an additional, but they do need to knock out, so they need to go from 100 all the way to 0. We have the combination of the missiles and the ray as well as the inkjet, they're all being popped over here, so they've used them all to get back into mid, lost the end zap in the process, and now they don't really have anything to continue fighting for mid with, and now that LT3 has all their resources, they're just going to come in full down. That is 3 down, and that will likely be the end of the game. Although we do see the clams here, so we're going to see overtime. I don't think it will come to anything, as well as they're going to despawn. So that is our first game.
Yeah, what I'd like to note is, at least from my observation, every time that Transients tried to use a Stingray offensively, they lost a member, even with other specials. Which is kind of interesting, though I think it has to do with how you're Stingraying, and especially on a map like Reef, where your opponents are kind of spread out, it's difficult to find them. It's gonna be difficult for them to hit anyone, and that means the Siege-Jet's effectively taking them out of the game where they could have been providing fire support to a teammate. Instead, they're just kind of raying generally at the enemy, and that, even if that does force the other team to turtle up a bit, that might in the end helping them, because if you've got a raid behind you and your team's pushing forward, but the raid doesn't connect, you're probably not going to know that, and you're going to overextend into your opponent's defense.
Yeah, I almost wonder if they could choose V-Jet over that. The additional missiles, the mist, might be really, really helpful. Not necessarily in Reef, but just in Clan Blitz in general. I mean, I know that is something that I would personally do as a Jet player. No hate to see Jet in this, but like you said, just the combination of being really spread out, and sometimes it's really hard to communicate that. The lack of chip damage makes it a little bit more difficult to use Stingray as that special.
Yeah, and mist is so useful in Clan Blitz, and defensively slowing down pushes, which I think would be a helpful shift for Transients, just because they've been getting pushed quite aggressively, and if anything to slow it down that they can deploy quickly, it's going to be really helpful to them. Clan Blitz is going to be, I think, a good map for LT3, because considering how aggressive they're playing, they're going to be able to be even more aggressive faster here, because there's no bridge choke point to let them not just fly across the other side of the map. It's a wipe Transients, which I think Transients is going to have to be really cognizant of how they're playing defense here and where they're putting their backline, because this is a great map. If the backline plays up too much, they'll get picked off really quick.
Alright, so we got the switch to the Kenza undercover here, as well as a Carbon Deco. So the Carbon doesn't have as much, probably not as much paint as you would normally see in a Carbon, like a comp that focuses just on the Carbon, just enabling the Carbon. Ooh, Blaster going down in a pretty early trade there, but that Carbon can still work out. It just needs to have that paint and hopefully the shot in the undercover. I mean, it worked out relatively well last time. I don't see why it can't work this time as well. And so we also have the rollers here, which are going to be able to take advantage of those curves. Hopefully they're going to have a fun time there. Blaster can do the same thing as well. So we got a couple of early picks going on here, a lot of fighting for mid. The Blaster has come back in full force, and the armor was popped as well, which is really helping them out here. They'll be at missiles soon, and these missiles are going to help scatter and move the members of either team around a lot. So hopefully those can be a really useful tool for both teams.
This kind of underscores what I was saying about the C-Jet needing to be careful their positioning. With the Blaster and a Kensa undercover blast spamming torpedoes, it's going to be very difficult for the Jet to have safe places to stand. They're going to have to be really careful about where they're standing, or just little chip damage. And yeah, that hurt. And now the Blaster's going to be forced to back up, and they won't really find anyone else. I think that, at least to a little bit of an extent, that Transients is kind of wise to the fact that Blaster is the primary threat here, and they're trying to be a little more cautious around them, though that was almost really bad for Fire Corgi without any sort of support trying to rush to the Blaster on their own turf.
Yeah, that's the right idea, though, going around, taking a different route and trying to get the jump on the blaster. We see a Stingray getting popped. It doesn't quite find anything. This is another one of those maps that is really wide, and so it can be really hard to find the targets from the Stingray here. I think the idea behind the Stingray is trying to combine those chip damage, trying to isolate members, or funnel them into more predictive points, but it's not quite working out, especially with the weapons that are being played. We have a lot of clams on the board for LT3 right now. That power clam is going to go in, and they have a lot more to go. They're going to take that all the way down past 40, past 30, all the way down to 20, and even more than that. So they get it all the way, almost immediately, from what they had previously, all the way down to 17, which is great. I mean, the way they... Oh! I was gonna say they did that so quickly that I could barely talk about it, and then they just come back with a few more clams. I don't know who did it, but it looks like they had a good amount of presence up by the basket as well, which is likely how they were able to get so many clams in, and Transients wasn't able to just stop the torrent.
Yeah, Transients has a bit of a really slower comp compared to LT3, so once LT3 kind of gets going and has that map control, they can just pop out from anywhere with the blaster and a carbine. Once you have
Yes.
the paint on the ground, it's really difficult to stand anywhere safely, especially a map like Humpback where the blaster can hit around most of the walls. And
Oh,
now we're
yeah, I
moving
mean-
on to another... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say we did see the blaster using those burst bombs a lot and using the area of effect a lot, and that's what worked out. So yeah, but we are moving on to Wahoo World, our third and final match of this set, because this is play all three. So Wahoo, I mean, we did see the siege on the last two maps, so we're probably going to see it out here, even though I do also... This is not one of the particularly Stingray effective maps, like, I mean, we know there are some maps that you just love to have Stingray on, and then there are some that it's plausible, but you don't necessarily have them, and I feel like this is one of them. But you pointed out that, like, if they can get the timing down for those offensive Stingrays, if they can combo with the chip damage, the Stingray can be a really, really useful tool.
Yeah, though I think they gotta hit people with it. Like, I don't think they're getting enough chip out of the Stingray. With missiles and Stingray, it can be devastating and just moving people, but you've really you want to get a pick out of that somehow, and if your Stingray's not hitting anyone, you're just forcing your opponents to run out more. You've got to play in such a way, you gotta have, like, maybe your roller playing up or something for people to walk into, but if you're not gonna get the kills with the specials, you gotta let the specials help you get the kills otherwise, because...
Yeah. I'd almost like to see it used in... I'd almost like to see it used in a defensive way to prevent all of this aggression that LT3 is putting on. You can see how many times that they're trying to go for that basket. Alright, we have double dualies coming out from them now. Those are Gluga Decos as well as the Dark Tetras. I love seeing Glugas. Love, love, love them. A little bit slower, a little bit less paint than most of the dualies that you'll see out there, but they've got great damage output to make up for that, and so, and the range as well, so I'd love to see how that works out for them. Already we've got a pick from this on the side of Transients 2 now, so we are just going to see LT3 come in, fold down all of these clams, and immediately they're going to get 2 into that basket, so already down to below 54, to below 60, sorry. And we do have a couple of picks, both dualies going down though, and with Transients very, very quickly coming to take back control of the basket, that is going to stop the push very effectively.
Yeah, I like the double duo pick here, because with how aggressive they're playing, having all the maneuverability in these open spaces is going to help, because this is, of the maps, I think, definitely, maybe not the best, but definitely a better backline map than, say, something like Humpback, so CJet would have a field day here if they can establish those sightlines, but with dualies rolling all over the place, it's a little bit harder for them to be as effective with the slower comp, and again, we're going to just see so much aggression coming out of LT3. They're going to get a pick, looks like it's coming out into a trade, they're going to be at a person disadvantage here, but they've got a couple more clams in that's not really going to come to much because they couldn't get enough picks, and the one thing I would like to know is they're going to be a little more reliant on their mid-weapons to get kills. They're going to have armor and missiles to... All their specials really just enable them, because instead of directly attacking them like something like Stingray, because missiles is the only one sword does it, but it's more of a just force your opponents to move and enable, and then the rest are like armor and baller, which are keeping yourself alive and letting you play more aggressive specials, and similar deal with splashdown, so they've done a good job just getting kills with your opponents, but they're going to have to do that, and if they get in an awkward spot trying to push in, they're going to be forced to just make something happen with their main weapons as opposed to be able to, like, put an jet up on flat or something.
Yeah, definitely. We've got picks coming on both sides now. You could say it was a momentary 3 down on the side of Transients, I believe, and that barrier is going to get broken again, getting it down to 44. We got the splashdown coming in to make a little bit more ground, and there's the second power clamp, so that does go in, takes the score down to, I believe that's 21. We do have 2 picks going down those, so these dualies, I think they're gonna chill out here and wait. Down to 12, they did get single targets. They are going to have to abandon that plan and back out. 12 is a really nice place to be, and still these dualies have not given up their spot yet. I think they are going to take full advantage of it. It's going to try and pull a flank, something around the back here. So we'll watch their course of action. They get 1 pick. I think they're gonna drop. Look for the second. They had that splashdown again, so that's very, very nice. Taking advantage of that, not fully revealing themselves, not letting themselves die. And I think they lost the power clamp for that as well.
Yeah, the power clamp did die there, so Tetris caused a huge distraction. Ooh, nice trade coming out there. Tetris caused a huge distraction right there and disabled their opponent's chances of pushing out the moment, which more than what you could have asked for.
Squeezing through the gap there. Oh my goodness, they just barely made that to get that power clamp in, and we're just gonna see it again. Baller gets destroyed, but nice trade still. Or not trade, but, you know, pick for pick.
Going back to what I was kind of saying about, like, special loadout that, even if you don't have things like Booyah or Inkjet to space at your opponents, things like Baller, you can just play so aggressive if you know you've got a fallback option, and then once you have that fallback option, that's going to create enough space in and of itself, maybe not as much as, say, something like a whole Booyah Bomb, but it's going to create enough that you can just reset and with Dua's maneuverability and those survival specialists, they're just going to be really hard to kill, and that's going to stop 3-point meme, which is I guess you could call it the one clan meme, and now a long way for Transients to go. They've got to get... this is the second time in this situation, and it's 1 power clan for LT3 to KO. It just needs a sneaky thing like this, and the jump's gonna come in. If they land this is going to be the game, but it looks like they're a little too far away to get through.
A little too far, and when you have 3 people guarding your jump, it is kind of difficult. And so we are going to see finally a push from Transients come in, taking advantage of the picks that they got, the opportunity they have. 1 member does go down. There is the Stingray. I like to see Stingray in a capacity like this. You know where your opponents are going to try to be. You can possibly get a pick on them. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But with the 2 down, it's going to be really difficult to have that follow-up 3 down now. And so they do get that 1 clam in, and they have another one. So we are going to see overtime. But unfortunately, no follow-up means they have that penalty as well. And with the Squiffer is going. The Squiffer is doing their best to just end it right there. Unfortunately, doesn't get it, but it gets picked. Oh, everybody went down there. I know the splashdown got some picks. I don't know how many picks the splashdown got, but it was certainly a lot.
Always fun just to splash down for the heavens to cap off your game.
Again,
Really
beautiful.
well played aggression from LT3. It's kind of an unorthodox comp, but I like it, and I like what they're trying to do with it. I hope so. Kind of sticks with playing mixing that, I know.
I mean, unorthodox comps can work, and they're always a joy to see. They always provide a show.
Yeah, this needs like a Explosion or something. But we did see really weird weapons, like Sunder you don't really see much, but they made it work, and I like how they made it work. And it was also nice to see just how adaptable some of those players were, switching between very different weapons.
Absolutely. All right, that's going to do it for our first set. I'm going to take a break for, our first set. Not the first set in the tournament, though. But we'll take a quick break, just a couple of minutes. We'll be right back at you guys with round 5.
Hello and welcome back to Minnow Cup Clam Blitz Edition with our 5th round of Switch. Right now we've got Somerset Unrun Stellung versus
Clam's
Clam's
clan.
Clan. Sorry, I forgot. I got so worked up on trying. I've been like, I still said it wrong, but I've been like hitting it in Google Translate to try to say the name right. It means daylight savings clock change. I just forgot about the other team. I was so focused on making sure I got the long Summer's name right because. Want to do at least once, though. I'm not going to keep saying that. We're just going to abbreviate them somewhere because it's a long name. We got to keep the commentary flowing.
Yeah.
But I love their name, though, for sure.
I do. It is a great name. And of course, we have Clam's Clan, which is very fitting considering we are playing Clam Blitz. We're going to be starting off on Piranha Pit, so. Oh boy, this one's pretty much just a line, you know?
We were talking so much about Stingray in the last one. This is one of the good ones for Stingray.
Yeah, this is where you pull out that Stingray. It would be great to have here. Don't know if we'll be seeing that, so we will just wait and see in a second.
Here we are. This is the first match, round 5, and you should see it's going to play out. See if we have equally weird weapons last time. We got another carbon roller, and we've got a kind of a funky shooter comp. Yeah, you don't see much of the V-shot / zero shot. It's got the splashdown and burst bomb confirm is really powerful in and of itself. It's just sometimes hard to place that splashdown in comp when you're just going to get canceled all the time. Forge is an interesting pick too, which I'm sure
I think it's fair. You have the bubbles.
Bring out a squeezer because otherwise that would have made a very pro versus squeezer source realistically. But for right now, they're not going to be at any side of range disadvantage, and like you said, bubbles are going to be very helpful here.
Oh yeah, that's one of the main reasons I see Forge brought out here. Forge or Squeezer, of course you see Squeezer a lot, but Forge is still a probable bubble option. We're gonna see that first throw, I believe that's from Clam's Clan. You can see a couple of members have the Night Logic tag, so I don't know if they're all Night Logic or if they've just got players from there, but we do have a couple of members there. That does go down, so that's just the one clan. We don't have any follow-up from them yet. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but it's fair. They did get the one in, and they do have another clam at the ready as well. Meanwhile, we kind of have just the the face-off that you'll be seeing a little bit, where everybody's kind of trying to pick up clams, but you don't quite have everybody. Nobody's really in control yet, but we have. I think that's Clam's Clan trying to take mid here. They have the bubbles, the splashdown as well. Really nice kill there. Unfortunately, they are going to get picked off themselves as well. The two power clams are hopefully going to be able to go in at the same time, get a really nice push, but they've got to get over to the basket first. And when you have this carbon doing the guarding, getting that pick. But we have 3 down there. There's the 3 down on Clam's Clan, which is going to be really... On Clam's Clan, yes, which is really going to be helpful. Not Clam's Clan. I think that's Sommer that's 3 down. I don't know. I can't.
Down, yes.
Yeah, I can barely see the names. I'm so sorry. But we got a really nice double there, getting that gets all the way down to 27. So a little bit of the neutral ground in order to pick something up and get all the way to here. Oh no, they didn't see the clam spawn in time. And so that they do miss out on a few more possible points there, but 27 is a very, very nice place to be.
Yeah, we're seeing the splash and shot doing really well in the K department. Earlier I was about to say they were playing a little too not together, but then the pincer flank that we couldn't see came in, and really good job just keeping the aggression going by Clam's Clan. They've got both teams have a very aggressive comp. It just seems like Clam's Clan is, in a way, when you've got 2 comps this aggressive, it just becomes a mechanics contest, and Clam's Clan seems to be winning said mechanics contest and playing together. But now if Summer is stabilizing a little bit. They get a nice pick in the corner there, taking that 2v1. They're trying to take some space on the left, but I think the burst bombs are going to be a huge headache for them, just how much they're going to force them to kind of back off once they get chipped by them. Nice pick by missiles coming there. 2 down onto Clam's Clan. This is going to be Summer's opportunity. 3 down going in. They just got to clear out that pro, and this could go quite far, but...
Oh! Yeah, okay, so the pro...
Nice pick by the pro.
Very nice. Pro does get cleared out. We got all of these clams going in here. Gonna take it down. Unfortunately, they do go 2 down. The power clam, I believe, does go in. So they are in quite a nice position. I mean, I would like to point out that we were, for the 3rd time in a row, actually, if you count the last set, at the point where one of these teams has gotten to 3 and the other team now needs to knock out. But that's a lot of 3s. I mean, we have a 33 remaining with a 33-point penalty. So I think that's pretty nice. But yeah, We got a lot of clam collecting going on. It looks like they're going to take the rail route here, which could very well almost work out for them, but that one clam's going to fall, unfortunate. I think the other clam's going to get taken out, so the shot came here, spotted them just a little bit too early for that push to actually work out, which is unfortunate, but a very good catch.
Yeah, that was it's a really disadvantageous position for the team that's pushing there, so it's really easy for the shot to get picks. Now it seems like Summer's kind of collecting themselves. They might have just, in addition to, maybe they looks like this, in the beginning they lost some early fights and they might have panicked a little bit, and now they've collected themselves, but there's just such a deficit that they've got to get through here that it's going to be difficult, and they keep getting picked off here and there, and that burst bomb launcher is kind of coming, I think, this is zone mid out, but it's not really going to find anything, there's going to be no follow-up on it. So it's going to be a 2 down with a nice trade, and Summer's just, we haven't seen much special coordination at all from them, and I think that's hurting, because they need a huge special push to get anywhere here, and really they're just right now kind of playing a little too scrappy, if anything. They're taking a lot of fights, but they're not really having any backup for some of them.
Ooh, the splashdown lands, doesn't get that second pick. I mean, we quite literally just have 4 remaining, so a couple more clams could do it. The Carbon here coming in to get those picks and keep them hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but that is now just 1 power clam going in would end the game for them. So they really, really need something to happen here. They have overtime. They have a bunch of clams on them, so they could make this work, but they need to get through first. Very, very nice pick right there. That was great. 1 down, 2 down. The Carbon goes down, though, unfortunately. The Booyah Bomb comes out, but there is a survivor. Does go down. We don't have many clams, though. I mean, we're just so close. But I feel like the lack of clam spawns combined with the members going down having to come back is going to make this basket close almost. We have somebody from the back, but they do get taken out. Oh no. I think 2 clams away, unfortunately. But that was a really, really close and very good overtime push.
Yeah, that could have been Summer's game. They just didn't quite have the. They got either a little. They got a little unlucky with where the clams spawned, and they couldn't get back to them in time. So if they had a few more clams in their possession with that would have been an easy either KO or down to 1 or whatever.
I think they did. Also, wow, 20 KA. But I think they did.
Looking at the KAs.
Oh yeah. I think the person that was throwing in those clams at the end did have a couple, because I saw some drop when they were picked off. Just a little bit more time and they could have gotten that. Unfortunately, they were spotted just a bit too early.
And we're now going to be moving on to another map that's very aggressive. We got Mako Mar, where you can go between one basket and the other in almost an instant, and you get wiped on a push. Suddenly your opponents are in your base and they're about to throw a power climb in.
Oh
Both
yeah,
teams are
I'm
going to have to be very deliberate on how they push here, and they're going to have to not get wiped. Or we've seen how fast both these teams can move. The game is going to seesaw like crazy, I feel like.
Oh yeah, we're going to be seeing pretty much, I feel like we're going to be seeing very similar things to what we saw last time, just a lot of picks going down. I mean, we saw what both of these teams are capable of, and this map, just like you said, fosters that aggression so well.
I don't kind of wonder if we'll see any comp changes, because both teams have comps that are they seem comfortable with and that are very aggressive. I definitely think we'll see the Carbon again. I would be surprised to not see the Carbon, because it's Mako Mart. The ledge is going to be so useful on the slopes. I kind of would think of switching off maybe the Splashdown weapon, just because there's not many of those wide areas where Splashdown is going to be most effective, but I think we could still CV shot, and
Ooh,
we have a very substantial change on the side of Summer. They've got 2 zaps, a sploosh, and a tri-slosher, so they're going to be even more aggressive.
I'm gonna say that jet is either going to have a really good time or a really bad time. It just depends on how much attention gets focused onto them. That's a V-jet, so no sting right here. We're gonna be seeing those miss and missiles, which can really put a damper on these fast-moving weapons if they're not careful. We do see 2 down very, very early on, though, so it does look like this high damage comp is going to work out for them, as the try here, unfortunately falls off the edge. That is not something that you like to see, even especially on stream. And so a lot of these early picks is going to lead to Summer taking a lot of control very early on. They already have this one power clam. They have the missiles. That clam's going in as well. They do lose the sploosh in the process, but this zap is going to be here. Has to be careful of the miss. You can see that they backed off that route just a little bit. Get down to 65. The splash is going to try, not the splash, sorry, the zap going to try and take this higher area. They do get down to 50, so that's this opening was very, very nice for Summer. It looks like Clam's clan is going to be cleaning that up, stopping the push there at 50. Storm's going to come out as well.
I think in terms of aggression, Summer's going to have the advantage. They've got a sploosh, they've got 2 zaps, they've got try, they've got specials that can do a lot of damage, and their regular weapons are going to be devastating too. And they probably have a little more killing power than, say, Clam's clan, but Clam's clan is going to be able to play defensive. They've got a full support weapon in that June. They've got all the bomb chip damage from that. They're going to have the miss from the BJ. They're going to be better defensively. They've got to get in first, and they're just having a pretty difficult time, I think, just getting in, because Summer's being so aggressive, they're always getting pushed, and if you're always getting flanked and pushed, even if you're going to win those fights, you're going to pick off those flanks, you always have to stop and deal with them, which just slows everything down so much. And a nice double coming out from the spot right here. This is going to open up the push for Clem's clan, and this is, they get the lead here, they're going to be in a very nice position. They'll be able to turtle up a little bit and just kind of counter the aggression of Summer with their more defensive comp, especially with that jet.
Yeah, they do get the lead there, so hopefully once their members respawn, they can go to a little bit more of a defensive position. That is not a comfortable lead at all, only by a few points. So it's likely that at some point they're going to want to have another push, but now with the members of Summer just coming back, trying to do their best, get as many picks as possible, they can be a little bit more defensive. You can see they have this area, they're maintaining it as well. Those missiles can be really, really nice, but we have the stamp as well as the armor coming out for Summer, although that stamp does get canceled almost immediately, unfortunately. So as long as we get past, say, the try, the zaps, the members of Clam's clan can have a little bit, another push here, hopefully further that lead. The member does go down trying to put in that Clam, another member as well, so I think that hopefully the other members have decided to cut their losses a little bit. Oh, we're actually seeing a take on the upper left-hand side, try almost falling to their demise again, but narrowly avoiding that. And we do have a lot of Clams on their side, so I think they are just waiting to get some picks, which is very, very wise of them.
Yeah, I think that at least initially, it still seems to somehow work for Clem's clan, but they shouldn't have. And that's a power clam in. So it looks like things worked out, but really, when they were kind of holding mid there, they shouldn't have pushed. They didn't really know, I don't think, where your team was, but now it seems Summer wasn't quite able to fully stabilize with all that shenanigans on the upper left side, so now that gives the time for Lester Clem's clan to get back and get the KO, and I think tie the set at 1. I totally didn't lose track or anything. Yes.
I lost track as well.
Actually, no, they are winning 2-0. Summer has lost both games. I can't count.
That's okay. You're involved in the Splatoon scene. We'll give you a pass for not being able to count.
I thought that was reading, not counting.
You pick one.
Like reading abilities at TO?
Because you have the reading abilities, but you have to give up the counting abilities in order to be a TO.
Which is why inevitably I'll end up just putting best of 3 instead of best of 5 in a bracket. Or yeah, I lost my counting abilities when I applied for IPL or was accepted for IPL. That's what happened. IPL took my counting abilities.
It's okay, don't worry about it. That happened to me too. But yeah, third and final match going to be a Clam Blitz on Starfish. So I wonder if we'll be seeing that hyper-aggressive comp again. It did work out relatively well for them, but Mako does also kind of lend itself to that. So they might put a little bit of a damper on it, especially with the way that Clam's clan was able to turn that defense into aggression. I mean, like you said, they might have waited a little bit longer, but it did end up working out for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is going to be a field day for the backline player on. Yeah. If they got a splat lane, now it's time to bring it out, but otherwise, Jet's still going to be strong here. There's 2 huge choke points for Mist. It's going to be very strong here, and I hope Summer opts for some more range, because otherwise they're going to have a headache, and if they play as aggressively as they did, they're just going to really feed into Clam's clan, because I think part of their problem in that match was just once they were put on the situation of having to get the lead back, they decided, alright, we gotta keep playing aggressive, we gotta hold forward, we gotta win this. And they probably got a little frantic there and just kind of held forward a little too much.
Yeah, it definitely can work here, especially, I mean, you do still have perch points for your traditional anchors, but like you said, splatlings also work really well here. It does just depend on what we're seeing out of that jet player. I do wonder, I'm excited to see if they will pull out a splatling. I love seeing splatling here and seeing him run around in the grates, but we will see in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I'm hoping, not hoping, but some commentary, I can't have a bias here, but I'm interested to see if Summer's going to tie this 2-1 because that's important. And we're going back to the pros, which is interesting, but
that's a vanilla pro.
Summer's got the range advantage too, because Vanilla Pro and then that 96 Vanilla 96. The only problem is they're gonna be a little low on bombs relative to Clam's Clan. I keep thinking their team name is Marie Trans because one of the players is named that, and I'm just like, oh, that must be the team name. But
I mean, Trans Marie would be a great name for a team, but alas, maybe another time. I fully endorse Trans Marie. That is my official opinion. But that is my personal opinion. All right, we got a lot of control from Summer coming out. Like you said, that range advantage is going to help quite a lot. I mean, you don't see Vanilla Pro make a wish, but still, though, it is going to help a bit. We do see a couple down though, so I mean, the Splash here doing their best, getting one pick, helping out another. That's immediately right there, 3 down. So that is definitely going to give Clam's clan an opportunity to gather more clams, take back mid. They have the power. They're going to have to fight a little bit more to get to that basket. We have the suction bomb launcher, so that's putting down a lot of pressure. And this splash is just going in a little bit to their detriment, as unfortunately that carbon just runs in, gets that one pick, but does get taken down themselves. So that one specific clan might be lost, but we still have another. And it does look like the pro here doing their best to go in for that. They have oh, very, very nice. They got it in. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta run for it, and it just works. This stamp here, though, does get that one pick, and another going down. So we did get to 60. Somewhere in there, another power clam went in, but it's not gonna go below that.
Yeah. I don't know if stamp was the right call there. I think I would have liked to see the Sploosh just sit back, throw some bombs, which would have worked. Considering what they did is they got the second power clam carrier after they got their clam in. That wasn't... They really didn't need to use Stamp here. They could have saved it for offensively or flank, and I think I am very surprised that rush in worked from Clam's Clan, but I think Summer was probably just equally surprised, and that's where it worked. When this one just runs at you, you're like, oh shit, they're gonna get a Clam in, we gotta do something. But this isn't as much of a dominating lead as Clam's Clan has had in earlier matches after their pushes, probably just because of how good this map can be for the defensive team to the choke points. We got the hammer coming in, but they're the one calling power clam. So unless they get a lot of picks here, they're gonna go down. So that's kind of why with things like Ancient and Hammer, you gotta make sure you have another power clam with someone else, because otherwise you go in, but you can't throw your power clam once you're in there. You're in Inkjet, or you're in Hammer, or you're in Baller, and there's just not much. Baller's a little different, but because if you can try to bait out getting the Baller broken and then throwing the clam, but either way, was kind of a risky pick, and now Summer is going to be in a 2v2 situation. They're getting really aggressive for a 2v2 instead of just, they really just need to paint mid a bit more, I think, before they try to take this fight. But it will work out, and they will get that pick, but they still got to paint mid.
I mean, yeah, they do. Mid is kind of a little bit half and half there, although they are working to get that. We also do have that power clam. It's relatively low scoring considering the past 2 games that we've been seeing. Stamp coming out here does get that one pick. Looking for another. I don't know where it went. I don't think it went down. But we do have that one power clam in. We have a bunch of little ones. And we do have a second going in, hopefully. So yeah, there is going to be the lead for Summer, just enough to get under that 2 clam 60 benchmark. With losing 2 members, I don't think they're going to be having any more follow-up. But now the pressure is on Clam's clan to get that lead back in just over 1 minute. So that is a good amount of time. They have the specials. You can see that bomb launcher coming out. They have the power clam as well, and they have a good amount They have some smaller clams under them that they can use. They have the spawns there. They just need to get those picks, and of course that is easier said than done when you have the whole Ultra Stamp coming out at you. The Gal going down, though, is going to make this a little bit easier. We have the 3 down, that shot being the only one left, and that Power Clam also likely despawning as a result of this, coupled with the fact that we have pushes going on. It's just going to make this so much more difficult.
Look at this Sploosh, got a nice off-angle flank there, take out a couple, but then they just overextended, thinking, oh, we gotta get a Power Clam in, but they wouldn't even ended their penalty, so that was... If they just kind of sharked around mid, passed the Power Clam to someone else, that probably would have been a safer play, or would have been a safer play, and this is going to give Clam's plan one more time to counter push. They've got missiles out, if anything, a little early, but their armor is coming out. They should still have enough time to move up with this, even if they're maybe moving a little too slow, but yeah, they're gonna get pressure. They're getting stalled by the bombs and some of the other stuff and firing into mid. That's gonna make it harder. 4v4 situation, no specials for them now. Let's get Junior going down for the side of Clem's clan, but they've got the bubbles coming in. This is gonna be really close. They're gonna get a pick that they're gonna lose
They
too, though.
Somebody dropped the Clam.
Yeah, I think the Power Clam player got flanked, and that's gonna be an excellent position. Nice Scout just picking the bubble player off from behind and chasing that Power Clam carrier down. Great last minute play by that gal.
Yeah, that was really nice positioning. Someone was able to pick up that Clam, but the gal just scared them off, and that coupled with, of course, the timer running out. So that is going to be the end of the set. I mean, great plays from both teams that we saw there, and we'd also see similar high KAs. I think it's a 17 on the side of the Sploosh. Wow.
I don't know. That gal just... I want to go back to one more time with it. That's what you do if you've got bubbles coming out on you, but you don't have, like, a bomb rush to stop them. You just gotta get around the bubble player and take them out before they cause any more problems. But
Absolutely.
yeah, excellent game by Bill's team. Good job by Summer to come back after getting pretty badly beaten 2 matches in a row. And with that, we're gonna be right back for Top Cut, because we are here the entire rest of the tournament. Alright, stay tuned.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Minnow Cup. We are back with Top Cut. So we are out of that Swiss stage. We are now into Top Cut. We've got some best of 3 set coming up, and then a couple best of 5s. This first match we got here is going to be Ufish versus Intimidation Factor. If you are just joining us, I'm Cater, and I'm joined here today by Cork.
I think semifinals is also best of 3, but yeah, but not thankfully, because it's been a long tournament. We've been here for a while, so yeah. Any thoughts about the teams? Know anyone? I recognize Intimidation Factor's names, but I don't know what they play.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not too familiar either, but I was just gonna say I know about Intimidation Factor. I've seen them around. They're very cool. So I'm very excited to watch them here today. Ufish, I have not seen as much of, but both of these teams hopefully should give us a show. Either way, I'm very excited to see what they have to bring to Clam Blitz on Monte Maria.
Before we talk about the map, I'd like to note that the only member of Intimidation Factor who isn't, their name isn't IF arrow tag, is named The Economy, which is definitely the most intimidating member of the team. The Economy is right there.
Clams in this economy?
You talk about the Clam economy? The Clam economy is in recession, guys. It's bad.
Stonks. I love Clam stonks. Great.
Yes, the Clam stock market's been dropping recently, and the Clam crypto people are getting very worried. Oh God, what have I done?
No, we're gonna sell an NFT and it's just a very low res PNG of a clam.
Don't manifest it; it'll probably happen. Puzzle all that.
Oh no! I mean, yeah, I love to see that. Ooh, that is a soda. That is a 10. That is a dynamo, I believe. Was that a dynamo? That's not a dynamo. Damn it!
Yeah, that's a little blurry. Be like that.
No, that's a drop roller flingza though, so that's pretty cool. All right then, we are gonna get started here. This try we are gonna have to watch out for the try probably. We already got a couple of ledges going on in here. I mean, I've seen try, some buckets can be very nice here. We do have the soda on the other side, so we do kind of have bucket versus bucket here. The tent goes down, the flings goes down. That is unfortunate. Does mean that the economy here on this slosher gets a little bit more room to work with. Does get a pick there as well. So that whole team is going to be able to move up, taking this higher left part. Unfortunately, they do go down with the bomb rush, so they're not going to have that special to be able to use that. So opportunity for a push, but doesn't quite come to fruition in this first 45 or so seconds.
Yeah, and every time I see Tri-Slosh map, the only thing I think of is like one match. I don't remember what team they were playing at the time, but just seeing Snack running around on Tri-Slosh, they're just everywhere. The entire team's down. They just 4v1. It's kind of ridiculous. But now we got a hammer coming in. Great use of it. Open it. And to create an opening, they can't quite find a pick. They're gonna get picked from behind from the bucket. They couldn't quite get the angle. I don't know if they saw them. Let's be a nice double coming out from Arwin, slowing them down, getting in. I think that's a triple now. I think they got the quad actually, and that's going to completely shut down the push from Ufish. Now Intimidation Factor's got in a good position to counter push. They've got bomb rush up from the economy. They've got armor on lab. They're gonna lose a member. Looks like they got a little too aggressive, a little too early, and now the 10's gonna start to pressure them back in mid, and the other members of Ufish are likely to follow and try to collapse. But I think the 10's gonna get isolated and picked off. Or it's the bucket getting isolated and picked off here. I don't know where the 10 went.
Yeah, the tent just I think that was just the tent shield that got released from somewhere, not the tent player themselves. I don't know why I turned to Southern there, don't question it. We got the bucket gonna come down and just absolutely annihilate that roller there, and they're gonna go up a little bit on this left side. We have a lot of people down, everybody down there on the side of Ufish, and 2 down on the side of Intimidation Factor, and people are still going down, although they are starting to come back. We didn't really see a push up, though we do still have a good amount of control. There's that 10 player. They've come back from the dead, from the grave. And although the Sloshers doing their best to push up, I mean, we're seeing Intimidation Factor try and gain a little bit of ground. They're almost quite, but they have a player down by the basket, so it looks like we're seeing jumps there. So we do have the pick. We have all
there's only 2. I
thought there was 3 for a second, but we do get a good amount of clamps going in. Finally, some points on the board for either team. Actually, Special's getting popped as well. I think we saw that bombers. We saw that inkjet as well. No more clams though. That does end off at 54 still, considering the state of this match. Not a bad push. Not a bad push at all.
I wouldn't 100% say it's winnable, but considering how we went 3 minutes without a score, it's definitely a bit more of a comfortable push than it usually would be on any
Oh
Columbus
yes,
map. Really.
definitely.
And Intimidation Factor is expensive, and that 1v1 going here with the tent, they can't really get any help from the rest of their team, and the tent is gonna pop hammer and go down. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade on both sides. I think that's a power climb trying to sneak. That's in their sub basket. Unfortunately, we're not gonna see some crazy sneak play. Now the Flings is gonna last alive on A-Fish. Intimidation Factor is going to be able to take mid here, take some ground. They've got Ancient and armor online, so they could probably make something happen. Force up with the armor and then pop the Ancient either from the left or just over the wall. That's gonna be a critical pick on the Flings, though. It's gonna open up so much space, and Fletch is gonna find 3! And one more goes down somewhere else. I don't know how they live through that, but that's gonna be almost certainly a lot more points on the board. The Ancient's ready, the armor's ready. And that pick from the many picks from Fletch are going to be so critical here because that let Intimidation Factor save their specials for the push, or like for the scoring part of the push, instead of just using them to get to the basket.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, I think the Flingsa dropped. We saw the Flingsa drop down. They wanted that drop down pick, but unfortunately they fell onto a bomb as well. So all the combination of that damage, and then just the resulting picks from Fletch. That was so good. Really shining through right there. Just kicking the door wide open for that knockout.
Yeah, I really liked that play. And I'd like to say I just generally like seeing T-Tech and K-Shot's kind of the meta. Missiles are good on the app, but it's always nice to say people play T-Tech, and I'm entirely biased because I am a T-Tech main who begrudgingly plays K-Shot when I'm not just playing a funny Russian weapon.
Yeah, you say begrudgingly. You run more special charge up on K-Shot than I do on C-Jet.
Okay, when I'm made to play K-Shot, I'm going to be as toxic about the special spam as I can be.
Oh, I can't believe you would openly admit to this. I thought I knew you as a teammate. No, I'm joking. Alright, well, we'll get on with our next match. I mean, we're back on Wahoo apparently, so we've seen this. We saw it, right? We had a Wahoo match,
saw
right?
This, I think, round 4 of with the C-Jet and all that. So we did see this, and I think I don't think either team was backline here, so I think we're going to see both teams being really aggressive. So I'll be interested to see how that plays the weapons like Tri-Slosher and if they'll switch off, because this is a hard map to flank on without it being really obvious.
Yeah, it is. It is quite difficult. Well, we will see. No, we probably won't see anchors like you talked about, but we could see a couple more mid-range weapons come out as well, take advantage of the little bit longer sightlines that you can afford to have on this map. There's the jet. We still similar comp. We still have that soda and T-Tech combos. Lots of. That's.
Oh, sorry. I was like thinking and said it out loud. That happens sometimes.
Fair.
I was gonna say that Yaga, the Tent player, switched over to Jet, which is really interesting considering Tent is would have been so useful in a map like Wahoo that's very open on its basket approaches to getting in, but
Could have been useful.
Jet's as good too.
Yeah, they both have their own strengths to contribute to this map, and both of them could definitely work, so I don't mind the pick too much. We have lots and lots of missiles that are coming in, as well as that armor. You can see how effective those have been at scattering. Fletch is chilling out here, I think, looking for a way to flank. Does get the one pick on the Flingsa, unfortunately goes down for that trouble. We have the Power Clam getting formed as well. Bomb Rush coming out, going to clear a lot of space here, and I think we're probably as soon as they can get that pick. Oh, but the bomb coming in clutch there, so no Power Clam toss in just yet, although that is on the edge. We might see it despawn, we might see it go in, depends. Yeah, there it is, it does go in, and I think that was 2 actually. So they're gonna get that. They have one more clam and take that down below that mark, down to 54. And with the members of Intimidation Factor down, we got it all the way down to 45 and counting.
Yeah, that was an excellent push. What I'd like to note is about the comp on the side of U-Fish is that's a lot of missiles. A horrifying amount of missile spam if you're on the receiving end of it, and I'm sure Intimidation Factor, looking back on this, or Rice Master is going to be grumbling in their VC about missile spam, come on. But, because they have no missiles, and they've got 2 bomb rushes, an inkjet, an armor, they're going to want to be really aggressive with their specials as with everything else. And again, like I talked about before, they're not going to have those flanks, so I think the kind of slower, more range comp of Ufish is going to have the advantage here, and Intimidation Factor is going to be a little too reliant on their specials to kind of close that gap if they can't flank. So that might be difficult for them if they can't get enough specials out. Now we've got Yaga taking an excellent position here, knowing that no one can get an angle on them with their range, and they're just going to stand there and put down a lot of suppressing fire for their team to move up on.
Oh yeah, you love to see players finding the perches that work for them, and that is one that definitely works out for Jet really well. We have the Tries in a little bit of trouble here, manages to hopefully get out of it with a lot of Clam Surname as well. We've just passed the halfway point of this match, and well, we are kind of in that strange little neutral state where people are trying to get picks on each other and not always succeeding, but we do have a pretty different clam count between both teams, although it does kind of stabilize out here. We have a power clam coming in from somewhere, and this pick from the Try is going to enable so many of these little clams to go in. All of them, in fact. We might have seen an extra one get thrown to them, but combined with all of these clams coming in from different angles, although we do see that 3 down, that's going to take it all the way down to... I think that says 13. Sorry, it's a little blurry on my end.
Yeah, it's been awkward for Intimidation Factors again. They've been on the defense the entire time. They've been able to get some offensive picks, but they haven't really gotten control. And as I say that, Economy is going to move in and take a great angle here. They're going to have to get another pick here, but they're in a good position to do it. They've got the bomb rush. They're going to get pushed back by the Flings' superior range, though. The Tri-Slosher backing up. Good team play right there. The Flings is going to go down. The bomb rush is going to keep coming out. And this is the opening.
Ooh, the
mist is
mist.
going to slow them down. I don't know what a Tri-Slosher is, but they're probably worried about that. And now, Intimidation Factors will be forced to fight again for probably longer than they would have wanted to before scoring. They will dunk 2 clams, but that's going to be it. Yes, because that member will go down in that brawl on the left side by basket now. Intimidation Factor is going to they've got a minute. They've got to either get 1 big push or get 2 smaller pushes really fast together. On the other hand, Ufish does not have much to do. They just got to hold. They've got the weapons to just keep holding, spamming missiles, throwing miss down. And Turn gets a pick here, though. That could be critical.
Yeah, we have, oh, that is so many picks, so many right there. I don't know why all of the members decide to walk through that direction, but it worked out. We've got all of these bombs going down. We have the power clam in, and this is their shot right here. There are 2 down. Intimidation Factor really needs to get something going here. Finding 1 clam up here, finding a few smaller clams below that. Have to take down the Flingsa right there. Flingsa gets 1 pick, able to take down the Flingsa, but they don't have any more clams, and this member is all on their own. They have a couple more, but they are forced back, and so they can't get close enough to the basket to throw in those, so they get down to 24, but that is just not enough. Against the 13, there is another power clam as long as so we are going to be seeing overtime. They need to somehow get that all the way up to the basket, and they need to work their way past this penalty. There's just so much against them right now. It could work, but they really just need to go forward, and there's a lot preventing them from doing that, unfortunately. Power clam carrier does go down, and that is likely going to be the end of it.
Yeah, I think the problem there is the really great heads-up play that Flings are there to slow down Intimidation Factor and just picked off the T-Tech, so no Wingjet. I think that was that at least. And then they got another pick down there in the trenches, and that just... The specials weren't there anymore for Intimidation Factor to keep extending the push, so they didn't have time to run back for clams. They lost the map control too. Needed to run back for those clams, and they just got picked off from there.
Yeah, it's really difficult when you only have, 20 seconds for clams overtime?
So.
Unfortunate. But I do believe that ties are set 1-1, if I'm not mistaken, and so we'll be seeing a game 3.
Yeah, and we're going to be on Inkblot Art Academy, which...
Bring your mist out here. Did you know
Yeah.
if you put the mist down on the step, it completely prevents you from throwing in a clam from there?
That's something I didn't know, but I guess you can't jump anymore high enough to throw the clam. That's...
Yep, that's
I'll
the
have
main
to keep that in
thing.
mind.
That's the main thing. You pretty much cannot jump when you're in mist, and you need to jump to get that in. So, yep, that's what makes mist really lethal on this map.
Yeah, this is going to be a great map for Vija, and keep the Flings out, just keep missile spamming onto the opponent's plot, and that'll probably get them that'll cause enough openings that Ufish, just by pumping up missiles, will find the right openings here or there and a little push in while still being really hard to push with the V-Jet and the Flings' range. So they're really just, I think they're just be kind of poking at their opponents with their range until they finally see something and then they rush in. And yeah, we will see the same comp, and from both sides, intimidation factor is going to have the advantage of that slosher on the ledges, and no, they're not. I was about to say they'd have a slight pain advantage, but they're really not gonna. They're gonna be kind of reliant again on their specials and just throwing bombs to try to exert any pressure at range, and they're gonna have to get up in their opponent's faces to really do damage. Once they get there, it'll be an even fight, if not slightly in intimidation factor's favor.
Yeah, already we've got that suction bomb launcher coming out from the splash. Quickly as they can get it to put down that ground. Slosher does go down pretty early on, but we do also have 2 down on the side of Eofish. So, of course, we also do actually have people gathering clams very, very quickly, so we could even see a push right now, which would be very, very fast. I don't think we will, just because of the very early state of the game, but it would technically be possible. Oh, and there it is. There's the push and the barrier break as well. So 1 pick, Arwen here, I believe, just on the splash, just gonna go for all of those clams, get it down past that 60 benchmark, even though that was a good amount of people down here doing their best. I don't know how they survived that long, but they certainly did. Still very, very nice to have that opening get all the way down almost to your halfway point.
And that's a good opening for intimidation factor. It's probably going to give them like just a morale boost too, considering how the last game went for them. They're going to feel a bit better now that they're... If they had lost that first push, I think they would have been in a lot more trouble, even just because of the psychological impact of you just couldn't get the overtime push, now you're getting counter pushed, and it's kind of demoralizing. But now they've got that, so at least they don't have to worry about kind of just getting too upset, and that does actually affect your gameplay. So that's good.
It really does.
We got another 2 down. Intimidation factor is turning up the heat here. Got the inkjet out on the plat, right where it should be, looking for picks. Won't find anyone. We'll get a nice bit of chip damage. It's gonna give the space for intimidation factor to try to extend their lead, but they're gonna get kind of picked off and slowed down. But the bomb rush is gonna come out. The economy is putting in work here, getting another 2 picks, letting a few more clams go in, and that was a pod. Yes, so that's why I think that's why Cater's laughing at this.
Clam economy. It certainly works out for them. That push does end up going down to 38. So a nice little step towards that KO. We're almost to our halfway mark here, and we've got Newfish attempting to go in for some sort of aggression. Riley here does get the picks, but unfortunately them going up ahead, the couple people went down behind them, resulting in a full wipe. So intimidation factor going to take full advantage of this. You can see how quickly they are covering this mid area with their green ink, and now we've got some clams. The economy is looking at that clam pod, deciding not to go for it, probably because it's a little bit risky there. Good decision. But just biding your time. There we go. Bait it out. Get the pick. Get 2 before you go down. Wow. Very, very nice job.
Yeah, it looks like they weren't quite ready to invest in those clams, were
Oh
they?
my god.
Funds left. I realized I could have made one about the economy putting in work, helping the jobs report right there, and now we got much looking for specific jobs.
I can't believe I have to sit through 2 blocks worth of this. Help me.
Come on. My puns aren't that bad. Are they? I haven't made cheese ones yet, have I?
Alright, well, I'm going to gloss over that and look back at the game. We've got 1 minute and 30 left. Power Clam on the side. I believe that's intimidation factor. Yeah, they're just chilling out with that clam there. Still don't have any points on the board yet for Eelfish. They really got to step it up soon here. But with all, I mean, it looks like there's a 3 down. Intimidation factor's going in for another push. Gets that in, takes it down to 17. They've got more clams on the way as well. Single digits KO. There we go. There's the set. Wow.
Yeah. Are you saying wow at the set or my bad puns though?
The set, but I would maybe I'll criticize your puns too, huh?
Alright, instead of the Splatoon stream, we're just gonna have Cater and I VOD reviewing my commentary live and talking
Oh my
about
god. I don't think our streamer will allow that, but yeah. There's our first set of Top Cut. Ending 2-1 in favor of Intimidation Factor. Very nicely played from both teams. We saw some great moments. With that, we'll be heading into semis in just a couple of minutes. We'll be taking a short break before then. Do stay tuned. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Minnow Cup. We are here with semi-finals of Top Cut. If you're just joining us, I'm Kater, and I'm joined here today by Quark.
Yes, before we've got Red Pacific versus Squid Killers, and before we do anything else, I'd like to shout out the entire team of Red Pacific and the 2 members of Squid Killers who have team tags in their IGNs, which makes it easier for the
thank
commentators to identify and for Moo to sort the teams out, which we appreciate people giving TOs less work because it's a lot of work, and the less work we have to do, the happier everyone is, because if TOs are happy, everyone's happy.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
If the TOs are happy, everyone else might be happy, but if the TOs are unhappy, no one's happy. So
That's true, yeah. Very true. So you want to have your TOs be happy so you have at least a chance of salvation. All right. With that, we'll be going into our semi-set. This is going to be should be best of 5. No, it is not best of 5. It is best of 3, and I have been misinformed. Well, we've got like you said, Red Pacific versus Squid Killers. We're gonna be hopping right on into that match very quickly here. But it looks like we're starting off here on Anchovy Games.
funky one for Clams. I see this in ranked, and I'm like, how do I play this? Where do I go? I've never sat down and figured it out, but you've got the long push on the what would be the attacking team's right, which you got bubble slang, it's great to aggress on, otherwise it's very dangerous, and you could also push up fan if you're feeling a bit bolder for a shorter push, but that's equally exposed. So really all the pushes are really exposed here. You gotta be really carefully coordinated to make sure you've got members on both sides so that you can get kind of
difficult to start it off
nice
this.
splashes, 2 kills, going in for the assist in the third. That might just be a very early push for Squid Killers. They are taking no prisoners right now.
This soda is going off. You see, they just went directly in past the basket for that pick. We do have that Clam taking a high arc going in, a couple of little ones as well. Gets that down to 65, although they do go 3 down. Unfortunately, we have the bubbles. We have 1 bubble, actually, so it's not even bubbles plural before that player, the squeezer, does go down. But yeah, that slosher just kicked the door wide open and said, you know, if you're not going to play fast, then I will. And they are already back. We do have Red Pacific with that power clam, likely going to take this higher up route, the plat, especially with both the squeezer and the soda down. They don't have nearly as much to worry about. And there goes another member as well. There's the Booyah Bomb among all of those missiles, and the power clam went somewhere. They're going in. There it is. They do go down. So there's a couple of members already going down. They make the basket as well as a couple of other clams, but with all those members down, they're not going to get quite as many. I mean, of course, relatively small pushes from both sides, but you can see how much map control was also taken over by Red Pacific in the process of doing that.
Shout out to Castros here for painting the map. Good job. Good
Oh,
job, Martin
yes.
Painted, because sometimes people forget, and it gets really awkward when you get missiled because there's so many missiles in this meta and you don't know where to run because you didn't hit the map. But first KGAL we've seen in this tournament, or at least in this stream of the tournament that we've been commentating.
Yeah, our
I think
block.
Pacific
First
was on
KGAL of the block.
Earlier, it must have been, they probably played the same thing, but this is a bit more meta. I like Slosher pick to kind of, it's not off meta, but it's not completely on meta. It's always just a nice thing to see, especially on a map like this where there's a lot of ledges they can take advantage of, unless there's a wall at a KGAL, in which case they're gonna, I think they got a little too antsy there trying to push up, and now the KGAL is just gonna set up and just keep painting forward for their team, try to get in, but Bob's gonna force them back. They've got the armor, though. They popped that armor already at player disadvantage, and they're still trying to aggress here, which feels a little risky unless they can somehow pick off the slosher, I think.
Yeah, we got Red Pacific is backing up a bit. This KGAL still getting those picks though. I mean, where there's a KGAL, there's a way, and it's sometimes it is literally just the wall and the booyah, and it all works out, which it does seem to be working out pretty well for them here. Red Pacific does have a good amount of clams. Looks like they're trying to go in this higher, the rightmost route, not rightmost, but right-ish route here. 2 going down, though, is going to make that a bit more difficult. The power clam also did stay back, so they don't go down, but they also weren't necessarily with their team. They are going to stay safe back up. And this has been very low scoring, considering we only have 1 minute and 45 seconds left. Like, what have these teams been doing? Just killing each other?
I mean, it's a weird map, and that's one of the reasons
Yeah,
that,
but
people are kind of just fighting each other, because it's really hard to get in with any push in, just suddenly there's these huge sight lines that all your opponents have, and since both teams have a fair amount of range, it's very hard to get in if you're not super coordinated, even with bubbles, because of how much open space there is. So that's why it's, for now, stayed so low scoring, because these teams are just running at each other, and it works when one of them has specials, but otherwise, it just ends up in a stalemate of both teams kind of running at each other, person goes down there, person goes down there, then one team backs up, paints a little bit, and then it just repeats, and that's why we're so low scoring, because no one's really been able to solidify a push because of how they're having to use their specials just to get in. They don't have time to use them to continue a hold around the basket, and they're playing so aggressive on both sides that a lot of people are dying. But as I'm saying that, we got a nice 2 down, Squid Killers cap some specials there so they can get a hold, but that's gonna be 2 more picks, and both teams are just murdering each other, which really shows how close and skill is. But that's a slippery Clam dunk. That's gonna make things substantially harder for Red Pacific, considering how far they still have to go.
I was gonna say that dunk was very, very nice. I was worried they were gonna fall off the edge or they were gonna get killed there, but it ended up working out, and I got them all the way down to 32, which is very, very nice. We've got about 12 seconds left in this match. Red Pacific does have those clams. They have the booyah, so they have things going for them. They just need to get in and get the picks, and that is very, very difficult when they're jumping down onto plat here. They have the missiles. Inkjet's coming out too, but it's got to get some picks here. And the power clam going down. Another, that's 3 down. That's not gonna work out for them, unfortunately. With the last person, the Nautilus does get a pick, but does get picked off themselves.
Yeah,
You can see the little victory spin there. Yeah, you earned that.
I couldn't tell if they were dancing or not, but that's well, deserved, I guess. I mean, it's a long tournament. You gotta have your fun somehow. I guess it's a Splatoon tournament, so you're having fun. Sometimes you just gotta let that tension out when you're.
I think they did do a little victory spin in the air. Yeah, so there you go. Nice.
Yeah, well played by Squid Killers, and 22 KA. That's just, this was a bloodbath. But Squid Killers, both teams killed each other so much, but Squid Killers were the ones who played objective better. So that's what it came down to, because both teams were dying so much. It was just who could coordinate a push to go with all those deaths. And now we're going to move on to Sturgeon's Shipyard, which this might be even more of a bloodbath.
Squid killing is a fair method of playing this game, but you gotta get that objective too sometimes.
Yeah, objective is important, especially Clams is probably one of the harder maps to remember, modes to play, remember to play objective, at least based on what I see a lot of gameplay of Clams, which it more often than other modes just turns into team deathmatch when people are like, we just keep fighting each other and we'll run forward to Clams once they're all dead. That might happen, or we suddenly have 4 specials, but it's tricky. And Sturgeon, I think we'll see a bit higher scoring because it's a lot easier to push compared to Ancho. At least it's going to be a lot easier to push if you can get a couple picks. You've got a lot of different angles you can take on the basket, especially some height. That's kind of hard to counter if your opponents don't have range.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to get up in on the higher snipe, those higher areas is really nice. Or getting in infiltrating pit, and you have, like you said, you got a bunch of different angles to approach it from. So having that range is gonna be super useful here. That especially. Is there a sponge in pit here? I don't remember. Because I know there's one in Rainmaker, but I don't know if this one.
I don't think there's a sponge, but
I wanted to comment on it. I don't know.
In a long time.
Yeah, I don't play the game anymore.
Play the game more.
Come on, Splatoon 3's coming out, and I've been TOing and commentating, and can you really blame me?
Yes.
No, you're supposed to say no. You're supposed to.
I'm not
you
following
can't
the
do
script
that
anymore.
No.
It's been flipped.
Don't blame me. I will cry. I don't think there's a sponge, but yeah. We got the Nautilus, we got the K-52 coming back.
Comp 6 of
nice.
Was that Tri-Slosher there before? I honestly forgot.
Don't remember.
So they're gonna opt for the Tri-Slosher. Now they're gonna have double armor.
It's object shredder time.
So they're gonna be able to be a bit more aggressive off double armor and Tri-Slosher, which I think might give them the edge here, especially if the Tri-Slosher can get some of the height. But again, I think we're gonna see another bloodbath, and that's already 1 down, 2 down. That's gonna be the advantage for Squid Killers. Another try. I think they got all of them, but the try did get a triple there. That's really good work coming out of that try. Well, they've taken a lot of space already. It's holding a good angle there. They gotta be careful here though, because they're gonna overextend to get picked off from members dropping in. They really probably just wanted to try to take either hold that, pop up and hold that angle, or take a harder flank around the right side, and that's going to be particularly the bubbles are gonna come out. Looks like they got that little sneaky jump around the wall, and that is going to be a substantial push.
Oh my gosh. Not even a minute in, and I mean that squeezer took people with them when they went down. Not even a minute in, we got that push to 32 out of Squid Killers, which is incredible there. I mean, really, really fast, just capitalization on those, just the opportunity they were given. I can't speak. Also, we should have made a we should have made a capitalism joke with the economy.
I was about to make one about Red Pacific needing to worry more about the Clam economy and start capitalizing on that, but looks like you read my mind, which kind of scary how you can read minds from such a long distance.
It's one of my hidden
Do you work
powers.
for the CIA or something?
What are you, a cop?
The CIA is the police. Or kind of the police, I don't know. Does an intelligence agency count more as the police, or like not?
I don't need to know that. Anyways, Cyril here is getting picks, letting off those missiles. That is also a 3 down on the side of Red Pacific, which is not good at all for Red Pacific. As you can see, there's so much blue ink right now in mid, in pits. There is a lot of control from Squid Killers, and they are not relinquishing this anytime soon. This try is being a distraction. These bubbles are coming in. We had another a power clam go in, and more smaller clams are going in as well. That's definitely going to take the score down. My stream lagged out. They got it down to 16, and I also can't see anything because there are like 3 pixels on my screen, so I'm really sorry if anything I say is inaccurate.
Computer, press up.
Yeah, this is my old computer, unfortunately.
But yeah, it looks like Squid Killers was able to capitalize, but they didn't quite get the return they wanted on their investment here, not quite get the KO, and now we're going to see a great push come out from Red Pacific, getting 2 points in, taking great hype. Nautilus is going to get forced up the superior range of the Squeezer and the Jet, and Red Pacific's last move was to be forced to jump out. I think the Nautilus backed up too, and that's a push to 68, which wouldn't be bad if we were 30 seconds in, but we're 3 minutes in, so Red Pacific still has a long way to go, and Squid Killers has been so aggressive here. I think Red Pacific is going... They've got to win more fights against Squid Killers, and they're having such a hard time controlling map control, and... controlling map control. Anyway, in this case, we saw the missiles come out. Red Pacific is stuck in their own court, and they've been popping specials to try to get out in the last few seconds, and they're just not able to. The Squid Killers is just backing away from them. So, I don't really know if Red Pacific will make it out of here, because they've just got to wait for Squid Killers to overextend, but not wait so long that Squid Killers can push, and that's going to be a very delicate timing for them to get. And considering how much height Squid Killers has on them, they might not get out of this before Squid Killers KOs.
Yeah, it is a fine line right now. Red Pacific is doing everything they can. There is one pick really nice, but these bubbles are coming in, these missiles are coming in, this squeezer is not letting up, and we have another power climb going in. That booyah is nice, gonna take a members down, 3 down there. So there it is, there's the breakout, that booyah, the catalyst that they were waiting for, but it might be a little bit too late. They've only got 49 seconds left, only the timer will tell. We've got clams getting picked up, we have that power clam as well, so they need to get some more picks, they need to get into that pit, apply the lockdown that Squid Killers has been forcing on them this whole match in 33 seconds, which is going to be difficult. They have a couple of specials online, these missiles, the inkjet as well, and they have the clams, they have the tools they need to make this work. They just need to execute it somehow, and with the time ticking down. So they're gonna get one pick, narrowly avoid the bomb, one goes in, the second power clam is coming in, the shot going down though, gonna make that hard, but they do have the 3 down. There's the lead! There's the lead! They get that! The picks, the 3 down on Squid Killers were just enough to open that door, getting down to the single digits, and now the pressure has immediately just been flipped, and there's so much pressure right now on Squid Killers to get this clam in. I mean, it's overtime. They have time.
Oh no, they fell off. They died. I think they fell off there. Ow, that's gonna.
Oh no!
That killed them, because Squid Killers, what they had to do, they had to win that mid fight and take height, and they probably would have got the lead. And I think that's what the comment. Red Pacific's like probably worried about winning that mid fight, because they know if they get backed up, they're probably gonna lose lead just because of the advantage that Squid Killers would have, but then Squid Killers fell off the map, so that's gonna bring us to a game 3. And hopefully no one else falls off the map, because it's always
We've already
it's never
seen.
fun. It's never fun when you just fall off the map, and that's why it's painful when you lose in ranked because you trip off the map. It's another thing. It's a tournament. So we're calling it Snapper, so it's a great map to fall in the water.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you didn't want to fall off, this is not your map. As much as I like to point and laugh at the people that fall off the map, I do feel for them because it is heartbreaking when something like that happens, when you're almost on the ledge, but just, unfortunately, it does not quite work out. But yeah, Snapper Canal, it's got the water, it's got the gaps that you sometimes want to jump over. So, yeah, if there's a map to fall off on, this might be it, because you don't see Triggerfish played that much.
Or Moray, because Moray is
Or
the best map
Moray.
to fall off, because you gotta jump
That
down
is
it.
true.
And, yeah.
I mean, I will maintain that Camp Triggerfish is really funny, especially when you see somebody pop Booyah over the water and they just kind of hang there in the air like, oh no.
Triggerfish Tower is,
Yeah, or
to
splash. You see
accidents.
people splash off of the tower, and it's like you can see them go, "Oh no!" and then they just fall, and it's heartbreaking for them, but it is very, very entertaining to watch.
Expected analysis between matches. No, we're gonna laugh at people falling off the map because.
Oh yes, completely.
yeah, of course.
I
And
fully
we
admit
have
that.
The same comps, but well, back to the soda, which makes sense for the range and kind of really high ledges. I like that pick. The bomb rush is a good entry tool. Neither team has anything like Baller, Booyah, or Hammer. Or Bubbles or Hammer that's going to let them just charge in. But I think
Squeezer.
the mist and the range of it. Oh, I can totally keep track of specials. Squeezer exists. I just get
It
so
sure
used
does.
to Squeezer having bubbles, I forget it has bubbles because it just always has bubbles.
How does that work?
I don't know. It's confusing. It's been a long many blocks of commentary.
It
Everything's
sure
blurred
has
together.
been.
But, Jet is going to be, I think, a really good defensive tool. I think defensively,
jump?
Squid Killers will. Yeah, I guess they jump back, but I said Jet. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, the V-Jet from Squid Killers is going to be a great defensive tool with the mist, especially how easy it is to run up if you do get a pick or two. And they're going to have a defensive advantage with their range. But now Squid Killers, speaking of defense, they're going on the offense, and they will get the power climb in with those bubbles, and doesn't look like they'll be able to extend it much though. Actually, they are getting points in. That's going to be a nice picks coming out of Sorella, though it looks like they will get cleaned up by that slosher or that K-Gal running in and just doing K-Gal things.
Yeah, I mean, you put a K-Gal on the board, something like that's going to happen sooner or later. They did get totally wiped off of that, unfortunately, but sometimes that happens. You got to put your all into a Clam Blitz push. It's a little bit of, high risk, high reward type deal. It's still pretty nice opening push there. And now it is the turn of Red Pacific. They've got that Booyah going in very nicely placed, as well as the follow-up Inkjet. Great to see that they've waited just a couple of seconds, but to put on that full pressure. Does get the pick, meaning they can go in now for these smaller clans. Gonna get a good amount of them in as well. Not quite lead, but in the general vicinity of it, which is a good place to be.
Yeah, they can dunk a power clam, throw a couple. Yes, dunk a power clam, throw 2 clams in. That's going to get them the lead if they can counter push. But Squid Killers is up, and the K-Gal comes out of nowhere and does K-Gal things and kills you in like half a second.
There's
That's
another one.
pick going through. K-Gal just got the Booyah out now. They don't have the power clams, so I think they're being a little preemptive. But if they think they can get the clams quick, Red Pacific's doing good because Miss is coming as well. They've got to hurry up, really, and get the clams or run back for that clam in the back if that's what their plan is once they lose a member. But in the end, those specials came to waste because they just didn't have the clams to go off with, and the specials, while they had the great opportunity to capitalize on their opponents being down, they didn't have the economy in their favor at the moment.
You're gonna keep doing. You're gonna keep repeating this joke, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I'll save it. I'll make it once during grand finals. I don't.
I'm
wanna
not
say it too
complaining,
many
but
times.
we have another.
I really, saturate the market and cause inflation or anything.
Okay, that one was pretty good. I'll give you that one. We had a couple more clams go into another full wipe. But of course we're gonna have
Spicy burst bomb picks.
yeah, spicy as well as the save from falling into the water. I was like, if they don't make that jump, that is embarrassing. We got jumps coming in. So again, stopping just short of lead, but that was a very, very nice burst bomb rush set of picks there. Admirable.
And Red Pacific is going to be a good position here, but Squid Killers can just need to dunk Clam and they will have leads. So even though Red Pacific is map control, they cannot be comfortable here. They've got to get their lead extended, or just one sneaky little power Clam, throwing a Clam ahead of you with 9 kind of deal, and then suddenly you don't have lead, and Squid Killers has the special advantage. So they got all 4 in line, in fact. Missiles already coming out, armor, bomb rush, bubbles, they're going in. They gotta get picks off here, but if they do, that's gonna get... Then the K-shot's gonna get the squeezer, and that's going to stall Squid Killer's push. An excellent play by the K-shot there, dropping down at just the right angle to stall everything for Squid Killers and keep their lead from collapsing.
Oh geez, I mean, all of the specials got popped, and well, they just kind of got eaten, and nothing white came of it. So we have power clams on the map from both teams now. 2 down on the side of Squid Killers, 1 from Red Pacific, and there's 2 power clams now. Red Pacific does have that lead, and they are looking to extend it as well. There's the barrier break. There is almost another power clam thrown in, but not quite, which likely would have given them a lot more of sense of security. But the members of Squid Killers have to put something together. They have the power clam, and I think they also have their pity, so we will be seeing overtime, but they've got to go in. They've got to get this in. Yes, there it is. They get it in, and there is the lead, of course. I mean, your small leads, you can't be comfortable. That is also the game.
Yeah, that's well played by... I based that for a second and actually forgot who won. Okay. What? Oh no, I was checking Battlefy to see how the
Squid
other side was
Killers.
looking.
Squid
Yeah, good job to
Killers.
Squid Killers coming back at the last second to win, and really good stuff by both teams. Another
Very
bloodbath.
nice.
Is that 12 or 22?
I don't know, but it still was a lot. Well then.
Mm.
That was quite the set, and very entertaining to boot. We will be seeing them in finals. So we'll be seeing that, and then we'll be seeing the winners of the other match, which I don't actually have that pulled up easily accessible. But we'll take a break of just a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back with grand finals of Minnow Cup number 14. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Grand Finals of Minnow Cup number 14 Clam Blitz Edition. We have Don't You Lecture Us with Your $5 Meta versus Squid Killers, who we just saw in the previous semis match. Yes, so I presume that Don't You Lecture Us will either be very on meta or very off meta, depending on what you define $5 meta as.
Players. Humo is probably gonna play Keigo. Woomy, if it's the Woomy I'm thinking, there's like Gluga's and other support stuff, but I'm not sure. Infa is a not main. So there's definitely some meta. I don't know who Agent 8 is or what they play, and probably same comp we've been seeing as
They're Agent 8
Killers.
from Splatoon 2 for the Nintendo Switch Octo expansion DLC.
Yes, they're gonna have to play Octoshot only, but Squid Killers is probably gonna play the same Jet, Squeezer, Tray, or Soda, and Zap we've been seeing, since it's been working for them. And at this point in the tournament, you just play you just play the comp you have, what you're comfortable with at this point, because it's too long. You're just tired at this point.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Or optimize it excessively and then break it. That's more fun, right?
I mean, as every programmer knows, why would you spend 20 minutes doing something manually when you could spend an hour failing to automate it?
I know, and then the one time it works to automate, then you're trying to automate everything, and then by the time you're done trying to automate everything, you have nothing done and a bunch of broken code.
Well, maybe this is what you get when you put a couple of programmers on stream for Splatoon 2.
I mean, I'm not punching all the puns. I'm not done yet. I still have more puns.
No.
Alright. $5 in the meta, we got even more capitalism and economy puns on the line.
That is true. I mean, that $5 meta might become $15 due to inflation in the Clam economy. But we'll be hopping into Clam Blitz on the Reef, which is actually where we started our block. Not the tournament, but our block started on this, so we're looping around almost. And here we go. Yeah, you were right. We got... Oh, was that a Sorellumbrella? Ooh.
That's a Sorellumbrella. We got Glugadoys, and we got Infa on the Sorellumbrella, not Nautilus. We got Humo on the T-Tech, and someone else on the Kick-Out. So we got a little meta, and a lot of... Not quite meta yet. That's an... Understandable. It makes sense they picked it here, because the ledges are going to be good for Machine.
Oh, yes.
You're gonna want the
I will say that is a fast wipe. That was a total wipe. There's not going to be much coming out of it other than turf control and Clam, Clam economy. But you know, just because of the way Clam Blitz works. But still, that was a very, very nice set of picks that came out of Don't You Lecture Us right there.
Yeah, and they really don't. I don't know how meta they think Squid Killers are, but they definitely seem to be thinking that Squid Killers don't have much against us. They're like, yeah, your meta's only worth $5. You can't beat us with that. And they're proving it right now. They're going
it is working.
They've got the dunks in. They've got a double wall comp, I'm realizing, which between two walls and Umbrella, have fun trying to shoot them when they're like holding anywhere. I think that's a really clever, and the baller too. It's gonna be so hard to just like get damage. They're gonna be so survivable. It's gonna be so hard to hit them. And the Booyah as well. I think that's a really clever pick, especially when they don't have any armor. So instead, they're just gonna have every other defensive thing possible instead of armor.
I mean, it worked. They got all the way down to 15, and you saw that last person almost got out alive as well. Agent 8 on the K-Gal, I believe. Or not, maybe the... I don't know. Agent 8 almost got out alive. Not quite, though. I didn't quite escape. But we do have Squid Killers. They do get that pick in, but 2 down already, unfortunately. This last person, Humo, here on that Inkjet, still putting up a good line of defense. Another few amount of clams has been coming in. Oh, I think that Squeezer is trying to come down sneaky here, but they are being guarded and they can realize that.
Yeah, they couldn't get the insta-pop, so they got up to Humo with those bubbles. That would have been an entirely different story, but they didn't, so... Now we've got another chance for Don't You Lecture Us with your $5 meta to make a push. They've got their walls up.
Just abbreviate the name.
It's more fun that way. I gotta just call in the whole thing every time. And
well,
nice use of the wall to get that Clam, but oh no, they missed. Which Reef's one of those fun maps where it's easy to miss. So
easy to miss, hard to get back.
I think team I was playing with one time we missed 5 in a row on Humpback. It was bad.
Was that us? I feel like that was us.
That was probably us. I think it's happened multiple times on different teams for me, so...
You're just cursed!
Anyway, I am. Which I've cursed these players as well, and wow, that's an aggressive attack move by Agent 8 there, who's going to get the trade, and now Squid Killers is going to be at their opponent's base, though, but they have no clams. Or they don't have a power clam.
They have a clam and they have the wipe, but the players are coming back, and I don't know if that jump is close enough. Looks like it is. They do get it in, but they do get taken out in the process. And Agent 8 here is very much guarding with this K-Gal, gonna take out that Squeezer and another person as well. Very, very quick to make work of that. So although getting down to 49 is pretty nice, the 15, the precedent that the 15 sets is a lot. And Agent 8 finding another one of those, not Agent 8. Wait, yes, finding another. That was finding another pick before eventually going down, but still very nice. And I do love. I mean, we haven't seen too much of the Sorella this match, but they've been doing pretty well as well. I mean, Brella's a little bit. Brella's kind of difficult to play, especially since you can't always reflexively shield due to a little bit of latency. But it's definitely working out, and they're still able to use that Brella as a moving shield. And having the splat bomb rush is very nice. They get that in. They have the special. They're just doing the whole job of the Sorella right now. And there is the KO. Very, very nice.
What's kind of interesting about the comp we talked about a little before is effectively all but maybe the T-Tech rather, any of those weapons can very effectively skirmish between the walls, the shields, the rolls. So it's just really hard for any of Squid Killers to take a straight 1v1 because all the weapons are so survivable, you're probably going to lose a 1v1. Not to mention the damage they put out. And then they're forced to take 2v1s, and then they just get picked off by the other members flanking. Like the T-Tech runs in, the K-Gal runs in, so it's just a hard comp to actually fight straight up, which I'm kind of wondering how Squid Killers is going to counter that. They might just have to play slower and kind of use their mist more countering the walls, because I didn't see much of that. That's one of the best ways to counter wall or defensive things, is just slap a mist on it so your opponents can't really play around the wall. They're just kind of stuck next to it.
Yeah, it's like instead of ducking and weaving, you're just kind of there, and the wall is there, and suddenly it becomes a lot more difficult. But these teams are taking a little bit more time to decide, so they're probably discussing the same thing we are.
Yeah, if I was Squid Killers, I wasn't expecting that comp. Squid Killers was probably like, wait, they're not playing the meta? We've been doing like, you're probably guessing at the team name, honestly. I would not be surprised if Squid Killers, and maybe they knew the players too, but I'd be like, I wonder. And Mako Mart, that might play better to Squid Killers, kind of in your face way they've been playing this, because there's not as much room to just skirmish around, and especially with a bucket, they're going to have that advantage, but they still gotta adapt to it. They might want to flank a little more, just because fighting straight up, like I said, is going to be risky. So I wouldn't be surprised to see $5 meta also adapt, and instead of just kind of skirmishing with the walls, might try to take a few more off angles, kind of run the K-Gal and the shot around the corners, because those weapons, maybe not as deadly as a slosher on the ledges, but they can still be a huge pain to fight in the close quarters of this map.
Yeah, definitely. I do wonder whether they'll be keeping the Brella around, because that can definitely work here as well. I mean, they did put in a lot of good work last time, so we'll see. I mean, they might. I do wonder whether they're going to continue running armorless as well, because that was a pretty fun gimmick that they had there. And is that
funkier?
Is that is a V blaster?
No, yeah.
Or is it a range?
That's a V
wow.
blaster.
You never see those ever.
Yeah, so they've got a little. They don't have three shields anymore.
But the mist. Mist.
Mist is going to be. They're going to be able to slow down Squid Killers differently, but they're still kind of doing the same thing. They opted for a little more.
Oh, that direct! Oh, baby!
Could be a little more, like you just said, direct about it, and kind of play the blaster around the ledges, and it's going to be. V blaster is not something people are used to fighting, so I think it might be pretty hard for Squid Killers. But it looks like they're already play V blaster, okay. Because the other thing is that $5 specials are with Baller and Splashdown. Like I talked about before on this map, the kind of close quarters, and a lot of it means you won't quite get the same AoE, and the amount of space you get off of the special won't be as much, but an immediate pushback by $5 meta here.
Oh yeah, this blaster is going around They've got a little bit of damage on them, might get taken out here. They're going to use that splashdown as a little bit of a get out of jail card, or get out of miss card, I should say. Unfortunately, I do go down to the suction bomb placed beneath them, but still very, very nice. I mean, you saw all of those picks that they were getting. And people are just dying left and right. The Brella takes somebody else, gets taken out themselves. I also find it pretty funny how we have, like, a Brella, like, we had we had the Sorella Brella, and then we have somebody named Sorella.
Yeah. The other thing I kind of like to note is that Squid Killer's just gonna have a paint advantage here. At least when they can get map control, they're gonna be able to outpaint 5 meta, which is gonna hurt 5 meta when you've got a blaster that needs a lot of paint to run around, and you've only got like shot and glueus. And yeah, try things on Mako Mart. It's Mako Mart, which is essentially the try map. And they got the armor, they're gonna play aggressive, and now they have the map control to be that much harder for the blaster, and to a lesser extent like the T-Tech. Get aggressive here and cause other problems. That's gonna be a full wipe. They're gonna get 2 power clams, and that will be the lead for Squid Killer. Doing an excellent job just establishing map control, using the right angles.
I think there was another power as well.
Yeah, down to 29. This is Squid Killer is just saying, okay, you beat us once, we're not done yet. Just because you're playing weapons that we're surprised by doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that is the full wipe, but that is also going to take them all the way down to 18. Very, very, very nice. And now $5 meta has quite a ways to go. They have that power clam. They have a lot of smaller clams as well. 2 powers, I think they picked up their pity. So this could be a really devastating push with the 3 power clams all going in at once if they can make it to the basket. And with 2 down, they are going to have to wait on that. They're going to have to either, like, oh, more down, oh no. So I think they were trying to stay back, trying to play a little bit slower, but Squid Killers just walked forward and said, no, you're not going to do that. You're not going to stall it out. We will take you out. And now I think all those powers are gone.
That's Squid Killers is just going to kind of set up a hold here. They don't need to push forward, but they've got the paint.
One
they've
the
got
Brella.
the weapons in the right angles, and I mean, I like to see the Jet rotate up onto one of the stacks, because playing low here is risky, and yeah, the blaster's gonna get them once they kind of give up that height that extends their sightlines so much. And now, even despite that, Squid Killers is just gonna pick off the other members of 5 meta, including that blaster. Really, they got the pick, but they overextended a lot there. They didn't have much paint or anything. Now, good defense by 5 meta, though. They won't really let any more points go on the board. Just the penalty getting chipped down a bit, and now they've got to move up, though. They've got to get more map control mid. They've got to really deal with that tri-slosher, and then they can start to push, but they're still going to get confounded by that Jet. And that's going to be a nice double, I think, coming out, and that's going to be the Baller coming out as well. This is going to be the opportunity for 5 meta to push up.
Yeah, that was a really nice throw directly into the Baller to protect themselves, and when he does end up getting that pick, gets the double, and gets the lead as well. The Glugos right now, the only member surviving and still maintaining this presence, able to jump back. That lead by 2 points is crucial right there. But also note how low that penalty is. That earlier push that chipped away means that all we need is one power clam, and then a small clam to tie it up, another clam to get that lead. So it is very, very plausible for this lead to flip yet again here. You're not safe just yet, but with every second ticking away, you get a little bit safer. We'll have to see how the last 10 seconds of this match plays out, and maybe more if we have overtime. We've got the Inkjet coming out, and all the members doing their best to shoot it down. We do have the K-Shot going down, unfortunately. And some this ways going out, doing their best to turtle up that blaster, getting a really nice direct. We have 2 power clams online right now, and they are running in. One goes down on their way to the basket. The other also goes down mid-air. They try to get the throw, but it doesn't quite connect. The last goes down, and the try is somewhere, but I don't think they're going to be able to make it. Oh, you saw both members jump off the basket and get killed mid-air before they could make that throw.
Squid Killer said near time to use their paint advantage to get any map control. They had gotten it, and in that situation, they were surrounded, so they were very easily picked off by all the members. And yeah, I think that was, wow, 16k of the blaster. I think that was kind of showing us what the 5 members comp can do even when they are at a paint disadvantage. They just need an advantage at any given point, and they can go really far with it, because we saw how the Glugos were in the base, the blasters flying around everywhere. Once they can establish that kind of control, it was a devastating comp. It just took them most of the match to finally get an opportunity to use the comp how they wanted to.
Brings us 2-0, does it not?
It does, yes. This is do or die for Squid Killers now on Pit Clams, which I think is a good map for them. It's going to be long.
yes.
They're going to have space for the jet. This is the time to bring out the Sea Jet if you want to, because
If you want to,
Stingray.
Yes, this is one of those maps where you could definitely
Actually,
bring out the Stingray.
Thinking about it, no armor on the side of
Oh,
meta. So you pull a Stingray here, and if you
That
Stingray,
would.
your Stingray him, that could be the game changer. If your
that
opponents
could
can't
be
armor,
devastating.
yeah.
If they pick up on that, if we don't see a change to armor, we might not, because I do think we've only been seeing the V-Jet from them, which is definitely fair given missiles, given mist. But that could, if they decide to make that switch, I am all for it. That could be intriguing. Don't know if we will see that, but
Gives them
still
more
the
advantage than usual for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, still though, that jet is going to be an advantage here, whether it's Sea-Jet or not. Just because you said you have the long sight lines, that's going to be invaluable here. I also do want to see how the Glugas do on here, just because you have the a little bit slower fire rate, but also a lot of damage, meaning those sight lines that the Gluga has as well. Even though it has slightly less mobility, it still puts out a lot of damage and can still be really valuable here.
Problem for the Glugas is going to be it's a little more cramped in places, and it's more like linear where it's open. So the rolls will be useful, but they have a little less space to. They're not linear, but like kind of narrow. So there's going to be less space for Glugas to work. And if they're forced to contest in the open against the Squeezer and the Jet, that's unless they get a good off angle, a straight up range just head on fight is going to almost always go in the favor of the long range weapons, which is that Squeezer. And there won't be a Squeezer actually. We're going to see Zap, Shot, and Try coming out along with that Jet. So it looks like both teams are going to be pretty aggressive. I think a lot of, at least defensively, it's going to come for Squid Killers. They've just got to use that mist well against all the defensive, the walls and the shield. That's going to be an immediate 3 down. Squid Killers is thrown on the back foot, and $5 meta is here to win this now.
Absolutely. I mean, they've already gotten all of these clams in, and they're still getting picks. They still have this presence. They didn't lose people to that. The baller, I mean, they're continuing to get picks, and this is how you draw out a clams push. You get picks, you keep that basket open, you let your members come back in. Unfortunately, there's just not quite enough opening for that Sorella Umbrella to get back in, so they couldn't draw it out as long as they would have liked. But still, I mean, very, very clear dominance in that opening push. Of course, that doesn't mean Squid Killers can't come back, but that is a very, very good way to begin the match with a lot of confidence. And that Sorella being the only one alive going to be, for a second, they're going to be really, really difficult for them as well. Oh, or not, or they could get the pick. Good job proving me wrong.
The bomb rush earlier too, to they're trying to buy time, I think, to start another push, and even if they weren't going to be able to try starting a push there, it was a good defensive move to just kind of keep getting your opponent's face, buy some more time, let your other specials come online. And we're just going to keep seeing this brawl in mid. Agent 8's going to take a fight, going to be forced back by the missiles and the burst bombs, but will continue to live, and we've been seeing a lot of that happen a couple times at least this match, of individual members of $5 meta are just doing a good job taking a fight, and even if they don't win it, they're staying alive, and they're keeping their presence felt on the map, and armor out for Squid Killers, but it's not going to go anywhere. They're popping both their specials just to slow down $5 meta, and they will get 2 picks, but they've still got a long way to go from here. They have only 9 clams, so they don't even have a power clam, and they are going to have to move quickly if they're going to have any chance to push. But they lost a member of their own, they have specials, and they're going to come out missiles and armor. And that's going to be but they're going to walk into a bomb, and that's going to be 2 down with the paint from the player death, I think, just threw off the Jet along with that crossfire.
Yeah, the barrier does get broken, though, because of the full wipe. Somehow that happened on $5 meta. I don't know where it came from, but it did happen, and so we are going to see that barrier break and see these clams come in. We might see the lead take there. There it is. And there is also the resulting 3 down from there's the K-Shot, the only one alive, hiding down in the side area there. Although it's not a big lead, though, and so very quickly and very easily this lead could be taken back by $5 meta.
Yeah, 1 power clam, 2 clams, that's it. $5 meta will get the lead just from that, and I think they're a bit busy fighting they're fighting in their own base right now, and Zur is still there. and is going to be continue to be kind of a thorn in their side. Like, no, you can't push, but they'll jump. Wisely jump out. That's not really a tenable situation, but if they jump, it's even more danger because $5 meta is pushed up. So their new, I can't sit there because my opponents are pushing, but their jump back was just as deadly, and that's going to be a much more substantial lead for $5 meta now, getting down to 17, looking to extend their push further. They do have 4 more clams running in, and they won't make it quite in time. Looks like it just barely missed, and now 17 still solid push with only a minute and a half left, and $5 meta still sitting in the base of Squid Killers.
Yeah, they have, the pickup of the pity just immediately got dropped. The berry gets broken yet again. We still have the clams coming in, Woomy on the Glugos, letting nothing pass by them. And there, we get down to another point because the penalty is gone now. We have clams going in. There are clams to their name as well. There's one, there we go, there it is. There it is.
Yeah. Squid Killers put up a great fight there. I mean, they didn't, I was expecting them kind of to crumble that initial lockout just because how strong $5 meta looked, but they played back, they held it on for most of the game, but in the end, they just, so much aggression, I think they probably were thrown a bit mentally. That's what kind of, can't speak for certain, because I know some players you can lose 2 games and you don't get upset or anything, but they could very well have just been thrown mentally a bit there too after getting 2 pretty painful losses, really.
It's difficult. It's very difficult to reverse sweep, not just because of you got to shift the momentum, you got to shift that mental momentum and the way the set is going, and it's very, very difficult to do. It's not impossible, you've seen it, but unfortunately it just was not able to happen for Squid Killers, though, like you said, all of these matches were great, and it was not a complete steamroll by any means. They definitely fought back, and they definitely did a great job of that. But with that, I mean, that's the tournament. So congratulations to Don't You Lecture Us with your $5 meta for their victory in this Minnow Cup, and thank you to everybody actually that came out and watched. Thank you to our wonderful streamer The Moo, who's kept this up for the whole tournament and has been doing a great job of it. And thank you for commentating with me. It was a pleasure. Where can the wonderful people in the audience find you on the internet?
I'm at StrangeCorked on Twitter. You can just find me retweeting art or what have you, and it's a pleasure commentating with you as well. Where can we find you on the interwebs?
You can find me at Twitter, Cater_. I talk about art and commentating, and I do commissions. It's very fun. Well, with that, that's gonna do it for the stream. Again, thanks to everybody who played today. Thanks to everybody who came out and watched. It was really, really fun. It was a blast. And we'll see you next time.
Or tomorrow for Launchpoint Draft Cup.
Oh, we will. I forgot about that. You can come back tomorrow for Launchpoint Draft Cup. I will be there. I will be there. This is a threat. I forgot about it.
You just ended it with that? That's hilarious, honestly. I will be there.
Nope, I didn't want anything else. I just wanted to end there.
Yeah, I like how you also said it, keep your TOs happy and you have a chance of salvation. That was so...
A small price to pay.
You guys turned up the anger today, haven't you? Gosh, how good.